Welcome to the Sci-Fi Center, the place to be, where comic books and wrestling collide magically. Movies, TV shows, and pop culture we share. Get ready to rock, we're here to take you there. From superheroes to aliens in outer space, we've got the latest news and reviews in our embrace. Turn on your screen, let the neon lights glow. We'll take you back to the 80s. Let's rock and roll. Sci-Fi Center, where the legends come alive. Get ready to geek out, let your imagination fly. We're diving into the past with a touch of modern flair. Sci-Fi Center, the ultimate pop culture lair.
Welcome back. For those of you who are with us earlier this afternoon for our They Live watch party, for those of you who were not here with us earlier this afternoon for the They Live watch party, then welcome to the Saturday overnight live edition of the Sci-Fi Center Presents. I am your host, William, from the Sci-Fi Center. And I don't know if I have a co-host tonight. Who knows? He might be taking a nap. But tonight's show, as every show until the 28th, is brought to you by Paramount Pictures. A Quiet Place Day One. Stay quiet, stay alive. And for those of you who are local, you've already gotten your marching orders for next Wednesday's screening. Advanced screening here at AMC Town Square. And you've gotten one of these posters if you're here local. I wish I could send them out to everybody, but it's a lot just to get anything out here. So A Quiet Place.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, A Quiet Place Day One in theaters June 28th. But like I said, for some of you local desert dwellers, for part of your reward for dealing with 110-degree heat today, you're going to go see it a little bit earlier, and you'll be able to spoil it for everybody. We have rules, of course, because we just need them. And these, as we go further and further into this adventure of YouTube, we understand why these things are on the ban list and why there's a ban list at all, and why it will be growing. The Sci-Fi Center Presents banned from discussion list, and like I said, it will probably grow and officially be adjusted tomorrow night. 90s Batman and X-Men cartoons. By the way, before I even, and like I said, this alone justifies X-Men the animated series being on this list fucking forever. These rumors that I'm hearing about them using that as a blueprint, RJ, tag me in that bullshit today. You want to get me not to watch this new MCU X-Men? Give me any retread interpretation, animated or not, that I've already seen, and you'll lose me right there. I'm as open-minded as they come with these comic book movies. As long as you keep going forward, and as long as you keep it new, and as long as you keep it fresh. I don't want to relive your fucking childhood. I don't want to relive my childhood. So I doubt that that's going to be the case. I doubt there's a bankruptcy of imagination when it comes to Kevin Feige. But the fact that that's even being floated around is absolutely silly. And I would consider that to be one of the dumbest things Disney Studios and Marvel had ever done if they eventually went ahead and did that nonsense. But like I said, that's one of the main reasons why that's on there. Pineapple on anything because it's disgusting. I might retire the Good Burger joke because I don't think I need to explain to anybody what a wretched franchise that is. Brad is the only person on this earth that thinks it's funny.
Well, if it's not a ban list anymore, I get that's not banned anymore. So
then you can be exposed as somebody who just doesn't know what's funny or not.
I can live with that.
Doomsday, Bane, and Venom. Doomsday has not been officially added, but he's basically the catalyst for all these characters being on there. Brad's boneheaded Mad Max and foil hat
Which is
theory.
100% true.
And if it's true, it doesn't mean it's stupid. It's dumb. George Miller, dude, find another way to resuscitate your franchise. This ain't it. James Gunn's DCU, because I just spent 20 minutes of my life somewhere explaining really bad pictures on a mock-up of a newspaper printout. So I don't need to do that for the next 12 months. The Snyderverse, because like I said, I just don't want to deal with the other end of the spectrum of shitheads that pretty much want to throw shit at me for liking a particular type of movie. So fuck you and you're banned. And found footage films, because like I said, just cut out the work and effort and budget, and there you have found footage. And I don't think that's the American dream. So there you go. There's a ban list. It'll grow because you guys will make it grow. Tonight's topics are going to be the only animated Batman I want to talk about, and that's the Cape Crusader. We're going to show that trailer, and we're going to show the little promo that they have announcing the voice numbers. The musical topic is going to be the Foo Fighters, the original album, and probably talk about the band history as well. We will be going over a Quiet Place franchise, where it is right now, and we'll show that trailer as well. And something that I bought off the shelf, a story that is near and dear to me. I experienced it as it came out, and that's Spider-Man: Kraven's Last Hunt. One of the cooler storylines. It was ahead of its time for 1987. This is before things got really, really dark and depressing. But it was by Mike Zeck, who's one of my favorite artists. Did the Punisher miniseries. Was a longtime Captain America artist and longtime Spider-Man artist. He was one of the premier artists that was around there before Todd McFarlane's run. So I've always liked Mike Zeck's work, especially when he paints. He did this entire series. He did the covers, and it's a very famous miniseries. It deals with a lot of edgy stuff, up to and including suicide, something that we've discussed here, both in real life and on in storytelling. So, but it was shocking for it to happen in the summer of 1987 in a comic book for a main character like Kraven, who had been around for a long time. But we'll go over that. And but before we hit that, let's in order go ahead and say hi to the chat, and then we'll get started. Starting with Nerd Cosa Nostra there.
How's it going, man? What's up, nerd? How's it going, Aaron? Aaron, of course, was there with us today for the They Live watch party. So how's it going, Aaron? Taladia, what's up? Let's see. How's it going, Larry? How's it going, Vince? Clint, of course, with the duck as always. Austin with his new channel, Border Lean Studios. How's it going, man? Vince asks, who was the other interview you booked besides Robert Meyer Burnett? Steve something.
Steve Houston. If you watch Pawn Stars, and every time that they get a comic book in, he's from Torpedo Comics. He's the British guy, bald British guy, with the goatee. Pretty widely known amongst collectors, but definitely that a lot of people watch Pawn Stars. As a matter of fact, I've met a lot of those guys because they live here. There's a lot of those guys, and I know one of my customers actually took some stuff in there and made it on TV, and I noticed it. But yeah, Steve Houston of Torpedo Comics will be interviewing him. Also, as announced earlier today, we will be interviewing. We'll have a sit-down interview with Robert Meyer Burnett over some food and or a beer. I don't drink, so it'll be his beer. So yeah, I got a couple more that I'm working on ahead of time. We got just over, actually a little bit over a month. 20. We'll be in San Diego on the 25th. Right now it's 6/22, so we got about a little bit over a month. So right now I'm trying to get. I'm sending out a lot of messages and emails and seeing if I can, make it a little bit less chaotic when we get down there. Also, if you'd like to support the channel, we have all kinds of ways to do it now. We have memberships, we have super stickers, we have super chats. If you send a super chat, we will highlight your question or comment if it's appropriate on the show right now, because it shows us and it actually puts a star on them automatically, making things a lot easier for us. So But yeah, that's the those are the 2 interviews I have right now. Currently, I have more pending. Right?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
borderline.
that
Borderline.
is awesome.
He actually
Uh,
changed the name in the middle of the show one day, and I'm like, ooh.
Man, that movie They Live was amazing. Yeah, yeah. Glad you liked Aaron. Yes, it is.
That was their first time,
Carpenter.
right?
Yeah, it was. It was a Carpenter classic. So yeah, it's I think why because we had done the watch party of the thing the previous week. I think everybody just kind of settled in on They Live next. So yeah, glad you liked it, and yeah, really love it myself.
Yeah, no, we're not doing Big Trouble in Little China. Let's tell you that.
No, God, come on, we're gonna soften William's heart up. We're gonna do that. I like Good Burger.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but I
Next,
mean.
band. Dude, you're an admin bringing up band shit.
Well, you just said you're taking off a band and just letting me expose myself as a.
Not yet. So we're not safe. It's not safe to go into the water yet.
That one fight. Yeah. Again, as is seen as one of the best fight scenes of all time, and yeah, it's Roddy Piper. Kind of course bringing his pro wrestling acumen to fight scene. Yeah, like I said, it's when we talk about like greatest fight scenes, they tend to be fights among disciplined fighters, which the way that fight is structured, those 2 characters, they're clearly it's meant to be a fight between 2 guys who are not schooled martial artists or they're trained guys, although Roddy Piper brought a lot of his
Roddy Piper literally he's basically the equivalent of a stunt performer.
Yeah.
If you think about it, he's if you think about it, he's really the closest thing to a stunt choreographer as you can get, because he's literally performing those stunts, and he has to get, or he had, rest in peace, had to get them right, because if you don't do the moves right, you could put someone in a wheelchair or worse.
Yeah, well, that's why obviously like a lot of pro wrestlers, really kind of make the leap into action movies because they're already doing stunts, fight scenes, things like that. So now you're just transferring it from one setting to another. So that's why you have like you have The Rock or John Cena or Dave Bautista or I don't know who else is like really kind of those are guys like the guys who really hit the big time.
The Miz has done a couple movies, but no, not really big.
Rob Van Dam, my boy Rob Van Dam has.
He lives out here. I see him all the time.
Yeah. So but yeah, that's an awesome fight scene. They live. We can all agree. Yes, it is awesome. Yes, it's awesome alley fight. When we discuss the topic of the balance, it's not.
Yeah, we don't let it. I think the difference between a ban list and just any other topic is it just puts a flag on it. It's something that can drag down the show. Most of the stuff on the ban list has a potential to derail the show or drag it down, and really takes away the variety of the show. Like I said, there's nothing. I don't have anything to say about James Gunn's DCU or the Snyderverse right now. I don't have anything to say other than talk in circles and drag the show down. So a lot of those things on the ban list is just to put people on notice. Hey, we do have other things to talk about. If it's on the ban list, we probably talked it to death already anyway. So, or it's discussing like pineapples.
Let's see, what else you got? How's it going, Antonio? We have super thanks on videos too, y'all.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one pop up. Is that one of the ones I qualify for yet? Because I didn't see that one. I saw stickers, memberships, and chats, but I guess I have to click on. I mean, I just sent in our little thing today to complete our monetization process with AdSense. So we're done now. We are fully, they actually put you on, and there's a bunch of stuff you have to do to finish qualifying, but we are completely done now. We are a fully monetized channel. So like I said, it ain't gonna get rich, but hopefully it's but the best thing I can hope for right now at this point is that it takes the brunt off of some of the stuff I will be putting into the channel. Like going to Comic-Con is not something I'm going to be doing just as a fan. I'm going to be presenting a lot of stuff. Like I said, last year, I was just taking pictures and sending them in and then doing a shitty show at the end of the day from a really bad location. This year, we're actually sitting down with people. We're actually, I got interviews set up. I know there's certain places I really want to go and actually talk to vendors. That's one of the things I really want to do is I want to be able to go to some of these places, and if they can give me like a vendor or somebody working me out like the Funko. I really want to. I know the Funko thing is going to be absolutely chaotic because it was last year. But if they can, somebody standing there can talk to me about what's going on with Funko and stuff like that. Give you guys an insight. Like I said, not everybody can. It's a lot to get to this thing, but I want to bring you as close as possible. So I'm going to go to a lot of the vendors. If I can't get like a star with DC, there's going to be people there at the desk at DC that can discuss DC. You know, they're there, they're wearing the logo, they know what's going on. They may not be Jim Lee, but they're from DC. So we'll have a conversation with them too. So all your, like I said, your chats, your donations, any of that, that's going to, you know, it's going to Robert Meyer Burnett's beer or hamburger, whichever one he chooses. Things like that. You know, like I said, if we're in the process of a massive upgrade. You guys can see just in the tempo of the channel, the status of the channel. It's all going upward, and this is why. So thanks for everybody who's been a part of it, and that will continue to be a part of the support mechanism. All right, next one.
All right.
I see Slade's movie in there. It's been a long time to see.
Yeah. Is it the first time with him?
No, it's been a while.
I'm so excited for tomorrow. I can't even tell you what I'm doing. It's really exciting. There will be more. And he clarifies to me he's hype there for Batman Forever. Yeah, apparently there's I think I know what he's talking about. There's some kind of a event or something that Akiva Goldsman is going to be attending, or some kind of Q&A about it.
Is that for the Schumacher's cut or just a regular cut?
Well, he's probably gonna. He's probably talking about like the released version, but I'm sure he's gonna have questions or field. There's gonna be some kind of addressing of the Schumacher cut. Again, don't quote me on that, but it's like that's what I think this is referring to.
The theatrical version of Batman Forever is still one of my favorite comic book movies. I just, like I said, coming off of Batman Returns, which was a disappointment for me. I love the vibe around it. All of the stuff that they did merchandising wise, the McDonald's, the glass cups that I have here.
Oh, they went crazy with the merchandising.
Yeah, you just felt like, because they did the same thing in 1989, and I think a lot of that was lost in Batman Returns. It just wasn't, like I said, I just didn't have any fun with Batman Returns.
Well, Batman Returns is like it's more so a Tim Burton movie than it's a Batman movie, and that's not even like a quality judgment on it. I mean, I think he'd be the first one to tell you that. And of course, like character wise, it's far more centered on the Penguin, and also Catwoman. Batman's really kind of third place as far as like the character hierarchy in it. So yeah,
great actors, by the way, playing those roles. The movie just didn't. And I remember seeing that as a kid. It was funny because I saw Batman the original the end of my freshman year in high school, and I saw Batman Returns my senior year in high school. So it was weird. It was my high school life was bookended by Batman movies. But I never really hated Batman Returns. It wasn't a fun movie. It just didn't.
It's one I can definitely. I've said this also about the Ang Lee Hulk, where I say it's like I like it. I totally get if somebody tells me they don't like it. It's like that's not like a hot take. I don't think, or like anything controversial. I mean, it's not for everybody. I mean, it is, and it is. Particularly Batman Returns, I think, is an example of. I mean, I don't think. I'm not somebody who gets hung up on the or I'm not somebody who's averse to the the dark and gritty approach to it to comics.
Me either. It's usually my deal. That's usually what I like.
The thing with Batman Returns is that it went dark and depressing. It's really what it is. The thing that it did.
Yeah, it's a really depressing movie. It's like
I mean, just the penguin death scene. Come on, that's a punch in the gut.
Well, his whole story was like, this is a whole.
Yeah, it's a Greek tragedy. Yeah, so
the movie's a downer. Oh.
Yeah. So I classify it similarly to the Ang Lee Hulk, where I say it's like I like it. Probably Ang Lee Hulk I like more though. But again, I get Batman Returns. It's got issues, and I get if you're telling me it's not a thing. So, and then as far as like Batman Forever. I mean, I was only a little kid when that was coming out, but I still vividly remember. I mean, the marketing was just all over the place.
I was open. That was my first full year open.
Oh, so did you get to like really dive into the marketing and the merchandising on it?
Yeah, because I would go out, believe it or not, because remember this is 1995, so we're not talking about like the kind of deals I have now with studios. I would go out and I would buy up all the Happy Meals and all the glasses, and I'd have them in the store and I would sell them. But yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, they had that. That was one of the big items they had at McDonald's. They had like the glass Batman Forever cups. So yeah, and that was that Batman Forever. That probably, I would say, at original 4, it's probably the one that's most a character study of Batman and Bruce Wayne, which is that's definitely where its strength lies. And also, even though William's not a big Robin fan, I mean, it really does a good job with handling the Robin origin story. And,
what with the 40-year-old Robin?
oh, he was like 3.
I mean, and like I said, the fact that they had to use a grown-ass man every time they've done a Robin up until what they'll do with Brave and the Bold shows you that they don't feel comfortable with putting an adolescent in the kind of danger that Batman does. It's child endangerment. And by the way, gets him killed too. But these are so cool. These are just so.
And apparently they sold out like really quick. They had like.
Well, yeah, because you had clowns like me going. Like
you were scalping on McDonald's Batman Forever merchandise.
I mean, like I said, guerrilla marketing. I love this.
I never got one of those. I never got one of those.
See the handle?
Yeah, they're not as big as the question mark. They're not as big. I never.
This one, if you look closely.
Oh, that's
Two-Face,
right?
Two-Face's coins. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
And this is and the Hall of Justice.
Oh, okay.
Hall of Justice.
Oh, so yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember because I was going nuts when I was first saw. That was like the first Easter egg to like a wider DC universe we got in a DC movie where when Robin's when Dick Grayson's leaving the Wayne Manor on the motorcycle and he's going to go get revenge on Two-Face, and Bruce says, "Where are you going? I mean, the circus has to be halfway to Metropolis by now." And of course, if you're a big DC fan or like superhero lover as a kid, you're hearing that going like, "He said Metropolis, so we're going to see Superman soon," and they're going to. So it's yeah.
Sorry, for those of you who are living in Las Vegas in 1995, sorry if you didn't get a Batman Forever glass. I got them all. I mean, I got all of them. I mean, I went through. We were going like Henderson.
I never got one of those, but they're not as big as I thought they'd be.
They're tiny. Like I said, I know I have big hands, but they're really tiny.
Yeah.
But like I said, this is just like a. It was really nice that they were doing those. All right,
Aaron's got some of those glasses. Aaron's got some of those Batman glasses. I got one for you right here. Actually, this is it's not quite as big. It's not tied into anything. Well, it is, but it's not tied into a Batman movie per se. But yeah, I got this during like a midnight release kind of thing. It's I have a Dark Knight Returns shot glass here.
Oh wow.
So, which is weird because it's like I very seldom drink. It's like it's basically got to be like a very special occasion, and even then, it's like I'll just take.
You drink way more than I do.
Yeah, so and again, that's once in a blue moon. I mean, it's like I am practically I mean, I've gone like probably like 17 years sober.
I have been sober September of 74. September 7th, 1974.
The only time I really indulge in is it was my high school graduation party. The kids broke out the beer, it's like an adults or where they let kids be kids. And the funny thing about that was that again, it was high school graduation party, and then we had a graduation rehearsal the next day, and everybody came in. It was just going like, "Oh,
why would you have a graduation party?"
Because we were dumb 18-year-olds. That's why we did it.
Well, no, but why would they have that before they had to graduate? You had to know what was going to happen. I mean, the faculty should know whatever.
No, that wasn't a school. It wasn't a school sanctioned thing. There was something like some of the kids through.
Oh, okay. All right, next one.
But I got this. But it's like I maybe like once or twice poured actual alcohol into this. So, but yeah, it's my Batman cup there, and of course I dig it. Let's see, Batman Forever, McDonald's glass, this original Stanley Cup. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm. Yeah.
Let's see. What's Azteca's got the Riddler one. Anthony asks, "Is Batman Forever the one with George Clooney that seems to be?" No, that's Batman and Robin. and that Batman I was one with Clooney. And that
Yeah,
also
that movie was awful. That movie
yeah,
was
and
awful.
and they also continued the whole thing about with like this is why Superman works so long. It's like, my little dumb like 10-year-old mind was like hearing those lines, thinking like I was thinking we were going to get BVS as the next movie, and I have to wait like 20 years and it'd be a totally different actors playing it. It still ended up being one of my favorite comic movies of all time, but I thought at the time it's like, oh, they're planting the seeds for the wider DC universe with these little references. But
Batman
what
was
do you
Forever is one of the instances where they just shoved too much into the movie. There was just too much in a
and
Batman
I think you
movie.
mean Batman and Robin.
I mean Batman and Robin. Batman Forever was perfect. Batman and Robin was awful.
Yeah,
It had a U2 song.
It had an R. Kelly song, unfortunately, too.
Oh, once again, aside from his extracurricular activities, he was an amazing performer. I can't take that away from him, but he just performed in places where he shouldn't have, with kids and women that said no. All right, that's what.
I discovered. I don't know if I mentioned this before. That actually was where I first. That album was where I first discovered Smashing Pumpkins too.
Was that the song? Was that on the Batman and Robin?
The beginning is the end of the beginning. Yeah, that was on Batman and Robin.
About that movie.
Yeah, I agree.
Because that song, DC, what's a Warner Brothers own song, I think, because they used that
and they brought it back for Watchmen. Yeah,
and they did not use it in Watchmen. When you bought The Matrix or you bought a Warner Brothers DVD that year, you got the trailer for Watchmen in there, and I remember playing the shit out of that trailer. And it's the slowed down version of it.
Yeah, they had two versions. They had the beginning as the end is the beginning, and then they had the end as the beginning is the end.
I never saw the sped up one. I only saw the slow one on the DVD.
Yeah,
but I know it's out there, but because it was so cool. I'm like, because I already love that song. And then Smashing Pumpkins, Billy Corgan made a version for them that they could use for that movie because he did it for that, and it was on one of their albums. It was cool. I love best thing about that movie because that movie sucked backwards. All right, next one.
Yeah. Chappie, thank you for the super chat. Why do you think it took so long to make Men in Black 3, especially after Men in Black 2? Because Men in Black 2 sucked. That's basically why. And
it's schedules. It was schedules.
That's also there. Yeah.
Men in Black, if I can recall, made a ton of money. But you're talking about literally look who you're talking about now. You're talking about two now Academy Award winning top tier actors who are very expensive to use and they're very sought after. Tommy Lee Jones is still making movies, but you're talking about, I mean, he was a big name, and Will Smith moved on to bigger things. I mean, the Men in Black. The fact that they got them back, was a big deal. So.
And they also got Josh Brolin as the young Agent K in 3,
yeah.
and he actually pulled off a pretty convincing young Tommy Lee Jones in it. So, and now
Josh Brolin's an underrated actor, by the way.
Josh Brolin, I agree.
Dismiss him because he's either under a bunch of makeup or he's in movies where he's just fits in.
Yeah, I agree.
He's stable and he's Thanos.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, after Bad Boys 4, I'm waiting when we're going to hear the news about. I mean, Sony's got to be thinking, let's get Men in Black 5 going now, because of course the last one.
Oh, they're thinking about Bad Boys 5. You talking about Bad Boys 5?
Yeah. Well, not just that, but also Men in Black 5. I think they should be thinking like both.
I don't know if Tommy Lee Jones is available. How old is he? He's got to be getting up there.
Yeah, he's up there. Yeah, he's up there now.
If he wants to do it, then then I say go ahead and do it. But he's got to be pressing 80. I don't know if he wants to do something.
And that's the thing.
He was old in the first one.
Yeah. That's kind of the point, is that he's meant to be like the veteran agent.
He's like the Riggs and Martel. He's basically.
And that's the thing about Men in Black International, because that did not do well, and that really showed how essential those two are to that franchise.
Yeah, and you can't. It will be like doing Bad Boys with two other people, no matter how good they are. That's not who you want to see. It's like Mad Max. It's just Mad Max situation a little bit too.
Yeah.
How old is Tommy Lee Jones?
He's 77. He's going on 78.
Yes, so by the time they actually made that movie, he would probably be 80. He probably could listen. He's Hollywood 80, so he could pull it off. Does he want to? Does he want to go through all that? But I think as long as Will Smith's in it, though, Tommy Lee Jones could be like the Edward James almost. He could be like Gaff. He could be like in a retirement home type of situation. Will Smith is immortal. Get like a Chris Rock or somebody, or somebody if as long as Will Smith is in it, I think you could still do another one. I think Tommy Lee Jones could be in it, but I don't know if he wants to be doing the running and jumping.
And that's the thing too. Maybe they could properly do now, because the whole thing. That's one of the things I didn't like about Men in Black too. Is the whole thesis of the first one is that K.
Yeah, he's retired.
He's retiring. He's selecting him, and so you retire him just to bring him back in the second one. So what the hell is that about? So like like 5 might be like properly showing Jay like fully kind of going on his own now. Like K is like he has actually retired. They have actually permanently neuralized him. And now K is really succeeded him in his place within the Men in Black. So that'd be
he's a driving force. Yeah, he's a driving force. So I can see that. And I like listen. I like Men in Black. And like I said, if you're Will Smith and you're never going to age. Then why don't you just keep making movies? You don't. That age doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Ernie Hudson too. Yeah, use Ernie Hudson as
other. And clearly the slap doesn't matter anymore after Bad Boys 4's was done. So
time has passed. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I'm too. And here's the thing about the first one. This always makes. I don't even know what the joke is.
Thank you, Tony, for the Chappie for the support. Thank you.
I don't even know what the joke is, but it's when he's first recruiting Jay. He neuralizes him the first time, and they go in the Chinese restaurant, and he's laughing his ass off about something. So he says, "Honey, this was eating my popcorn." I don't even know what the joke is, but neither
do I. You've done a Brad.
Yeah. Can I pull that clip up? Can I pull that clip up without seeing
why are you trying to get us? We worked so hard to get the money. Now you just want to give it back to him. I'm paranoid.
No, everybody knows what that part I'm talking about. It's like, honey, this is eating my popcorn. and Jay's kind of sitting there like, yeah, he's trying to hop along with it and not working.
Thanks, Chappie. You got your money for Brad stand-up.
I hope so. Yeah. There's also again, this is another throwaway moment when Jay before he's even recruited, when he's chasing the one alien and he pins him against the wall and he says, he's coming. He goes, yeah, when he gets there, I'll arrest his ass too.
That's what got him recruited, because Tommy Lee Jones is like, he caught one of those.
Yeah, he caught one of those guys when they could outrun him. They can do backflips, everything. So yeah, it's like it's got to be tough enough. And the testing portion also, it took me until I was probably 10 or 11 when I first saw Men in Black, and it took me a few years to realize when they have the written test, when he drags the desk back to him, it took me a few years to realize, oh, like that was the test. The test was like, who's going to figure out? Oh, there's a desk. Pull it back. You've got a surface to write on now. So
okay, Anthony has a big question.
Let me see if I can find it. Right. Question. I think fans are paying. Oh, it was this, or is it? Well, because it's a band topic. Man.
Yeah, it was. It's a band topic. It's this one.
Okay.
William, other than Spider-Man or other Marvel superheroes, what is who has a large gallery of villains where they can have villains doing their own solo movies like Sony is doing with Kraven?
Well, I think Sony's track record with that shows probably it's not a good idea.
Well, when they commit to it, with Venom, when they actually put the effort in,
Venom's been their only success. And Kraven could go either way.
But once again, until Sony loses money on any of these things, I can't. It's just my opinion on whether the movies suck or not. Fantastic Four has a rogues gallery of people who could. Fantastic Four probably has villains that can literally and legitimately do it twice as many villains as Spider-Man does, because you have Doctor Doom. You have Annihilate. I mean, you literally have most of Fantastic Four's villains have gone on into other people's comics and stuff because they're that strong independently. So Fantastic Four, as far as Marvel goes, Spidey's a big one though.
I'd say Spider-Man.
Believe it or not, Nick Fury, because Nick Fury and Captain America. Captain America is another one because they have the Red Skull. The Red Skull you could do if you have. I wouldn't want to see the Red Skull without Captain America necessarily, but if you wanted to, you could. So I would say Captain America.
We've already seen that now with Batman as far as like the Joker movies. So like Batman,
like I said,
definitely do that with.
I still think there's other Sony movies that, to be honest with you, but they do need a Spider-Man. I think if there were a proper Spider-Man in the middle of all this, I think a lot of people would buy it a little bit more. Plus, like I said, they just got to take their time. Sony right now is about making money. They're about making money and not losing money. And I would like them to take it to a higher level. Like I said, Lord and Miller doing what they're doing. I think eventually, as things go on, especially after Beyond the Spider-Verse comes out, I think Lord and Miller will take over the entire Spider-Man universe, which is what needs to happen. They've proven themselves on every level. Let's get it done. And I think we can revisit these things once you have somebody in there that actually is not just about not losing money and making a profit, which I understand. I'm a businessman. I understand that. But at some point, you're an entertainer. Let's do some entertaining along with all that. So, all right. Thanks, Anthony.
Chappie says, "Come on, Brad. Men in Black 2 wasn't that bad. Sure, love it. Men in Black International, I just thought was kind of just bland. I thought it was just eh. It just wasn't very memorable for me. But yeah, Men in Black 2
International
at all.
International wasn't a bad movie, but it lacked everything that you go to see Men in Black. If you would have slapped something else,
J&K.
That's what I mean. It's just that's the problem. It's not in itself in a bubble. It wasn't a horrible movie, but you put Men in Black on it, and that's the thing. Once you put that on there, if you can't live up to those expectations, the movie's gonna suffer.
And I bet backwards, to be fair to Men in Black International, because Tessa Thompson's gorgeous. So
yeah, no, I mean I don't like her. I liked her in Westworld.
I like her, of course, a lot of Valkyrie and in the Creed movies and
Creed movies I like her in. Valkyrie, I don't think she's that good in it, but then again, it's Thor.
She's actually probably one of the like few ones, for like Thor: Love and Thunder for me. So yeah, that's about the extent I can praise on. Yeah, International again. It just came and went for me. It didn't. It really lacked the Men in Black magic. 2, I thought was terrible. I absolutely hated Men in Black 2. But that's just me. What else you guys got for us? Aaron says Billy Corgan one day use that Batman to Money by NWA. I'm not sure you're getting that, Aaron. What's that? Is that a song?
That's an NWA song, I think it's.
Okay. She's got to follow up. Both of the Batman Forever and Batman. Yeah, they were. Yeah, they're. You know what else had a really good sound? Listen, say what you will about the movie, but the Daredevil soundtrack, I played the shit out of that when I was in high school.
That's literally the only good thing about the movie. That's literally the only. I hated that movie. Don't compare R. Kelly to Steal a Kiss from a Rose. That song doesn't deserve that. That Kiss from a Rose, they played the fuck out of that song.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
That song because it sounded like an Irish Spring commercial.
Yeah. They played that they made that as inseparable from Batman Forever as they made Something in the Way inseparable from the Batman. I mean, it's like they made that. They made those two was like synonymous. It's like that song with Batman Forever and that song with the Batman. It's like I can't hear either song without thinking of one of those movies.
And I liked Seal. I mean, he has one of the coolest songs of the late 90s or early 90s, Crazy. If you've ever heard the song Crazy, it's one of his big hits. I could not. Then, like I said, there was an Irish Spring commercial that was playing right around that same time, and it just sounded like it. And I know the radio station. I remember 103.5 The Edge. That one of the DJs would play the commercial, the Irish Spring commercial, and then he would lead that into this song. And I hated that. I would call him up. I'm like, dude, please don't play that song again. And then he would do it. He would actually play. I actually know this DJ to this day, by the way. I know, and we communicate. If I called and said I hated the song, he would play the song while I was on the phone on the air with him. I'm like, yes. All right. See,
Aaron says, yeah. It was called. Yes, he has a song on there called Gotham City. He's talking about a city of just, a city of love. It's yeah. Nah, when I think of Batman or Gotham City.
All right, let's jump into topic number. This is gonna be a pretty tight show tonight because it's hot as fuck in here, and I got to do a sound test for an event that's happening tomorrow. So I actually have to do that here, and it actually requires some of the equipment that I'm talking to you on right now. So we're gonna jump right into one of my. going to be something I am going to have to be interrupted, or else I'll talk forever on this. Oh, by the way, before I get this, I meant to lead off the show. All right, and this is another RIP. Another person has passed away. I have mixed emotions about this particular person. The human, Aaron's going to know who I'm talking about. The human side of me is my condolences to this person's family, to where's my email at? To his relatives and people who work with this person, and just personally, I never got a chance to meet this person. He may have been the greatest person in the world. Maybe have a root beer with, because I don't drink. However, Jamie Kellner. I always say that all my gripes with the person end at the grave. And Jamie Kellner, architect of Fox Broadcast Network and the WB, dies at age 77. He passed away of cancer today. He also spent a couple years overseeing TBS, TNT, and CNN. That's going to be my gripe, and we'll get to that. And Turner, and co-founded the station, the ownership of Acme Communications. Jamie Kellner, a charismatic and crafty executive who expanded the broadcast television landscape by helping hatch the Fox and WB networks in 1987 and 1995, respectively. He died. He was 77. Kellner died Friday in his Montesino, California home after a battle with cancer, the Hollywood Reporter has learned. While still riding a high on top of WB, Kellner in March 2001 was given additional responsibilities of TBS, TNT, and CNN. A dark day. As chairman and CEO of Time Warner's sister company, Turner Broadcasting Company. But that was just for 2 years before he retired and served out the remainder of his contract. And so it gives all his accolades, and deservingly so. He did a lot of things positive-wise. But if you've ever been in the sound of my voice when we talk about things like WCW and wrestling, you'll know that I think executive-wise, Jamie Kellner was a piece of shit. Here's why. And people will bring up other people who had a part to play in what I consider to be a bogus sell of WCW to W. If that would have happened today, I think people would have been sued, because to me it was a fraudulent sale. It was undervalued. It happened because AOL, Time Warner. You think Warner Brothers WBD is that bad now? Just think of a more valuable disaster of what WB turned into before it was bought out by Pimple Popper guy. AOL didn't like wrestling. They wanted it off their networks. And Kellner didn't like wrestling. I remember Tony Schiavone just saying, we couldn't cut a deal with this guy. He didn't want wrestling. There were other people that offered more money than Vince McMahon did. But what Jamie Kellner did is he cut the legs out from any other deal by taking it off of TV. Instead of selling the show. And to be honest with you, they didn't have much going on. NBA on TNT wasn't what it was today. This is back in 2001. NBC was still the big dog on the block as far as NBA goes. So there was nothing to take its place, even on its lowest rating. It took them years and years and years to finally find something that consistently would put back. He took TV off of the deal, and all the other buyers just basically left out of the deal, and it ended up being sold to Vince McMahon just for the TV library alone. That ruined the business for about 20 years. That ruined the business for 20 years because it created a monopoly that should have never happened, and a lot of wrestlers, a lot of performers ran into the ground because they had nowhere to go because of Vince McMahon having basically a monopoly for most of them. You had TNA, but nothing would ever be able to deliver the paycheck up until AEW came around, and at least business structure-wise and opportunity-wise would be able to compete. But that one thing, and people will tell you, well, there was, because there was other executives that were involved in the decision making. But as I just read off, the positions that Jamie Kellner held, he was the guy. He was the guy that and there's a documentary right now, The Death of Who Killed WCW, and episode 4 on Vice TV. We're going to review that entire series, by the way, when it's over. Episode 4 airs tomorrow, the last episode, and they're basically going to narrow down who they think killed WCW. If you look on Twitter, if you look on any social media right now, and I do not advocate this, there's a lot of people that are like, last episode, if that comes out tomorrow and he's gone, wow, it's not karma. I am not going to hold those kind of grudges because, once again, it's not. It's a bad business decision. I don't wish death on anybody on that one. I mean, like I said, his family, everything, human wise, art, rest in peace. But I see the discourse today, and I'm usually the guy who types and says, "Dude, guy's body's not even cold. What are you guys doing?" But as a hardcore wrestling fan who spent the last 20 some odd years in the wake of what his decision making wrought, I do not condone their behavior, but I understand the vitriol, because the same vitriol was there before he passed away or before I even knew he was ill. So I do not absolve him of those things just because he's passed away. I will respect his passing. I will respect his career, and I will respect his family and what his family is going through. But you know what? That is part of his legacy. Living or gone, that is part of his legacy. And when I hear that name, he could have lived to 130, and I would still have the same things to say about him. So I saw that today, and like I said, I was wondering how I would frame that, because this passing is a big deal in the world that I live in the wrestling world, in the world that I watch, in the entertainment world. And a lot of you guys, he made a couple of questionable decisions when it came to WB before he was eventually ousted, but he made some good decisions too. To be fair, him having jumpstart the Fox network. For some of you who love those cartoons, Fox Kids, things like that, those are things that he did in the arena that he knew what he was doing in. Once he got into, like I said, a lot of people aren't bad. They're just bad when they start tackling things they have no business tackling. Jamie Kellner, Jeff Johns, these are people, that I don't know Jeff Johns. I don't have anything personal against him. I know the results of him being put in, a position he should have never been in. And the same thing with Jamie Kellner. But like I said, usually I don't bring that up but the decision he made literally had life and death consequences, because a lot of those guys who couldn't go anywhere and couldn't take pay cuts did things to their bodies and their health that they would not have done if there were opportunities somewhere else. I do believe that if WCW had been legitimately sold to the buyers that were around and for these prices, in some way, shape, or form, it would have been around long enough to where WWE would have had this monopoly. So one guy's poor decision making changed the landscape for so many careers. But rest in peace. Rest in peace. And if the Kellner family, if you're watching, I don't think you would, my grudge with your family member is over. My condolences and heartfelt, and I mean that legitimately. I do draw the line when somebody passes away, that's it. Pay their respects to the dead. And even if I were, and like I said, if I met him today, I would have given him a piece of my mind, but that would have been it. Maybe over a Mountain Dew, I'd have been like, dude, you know what? 20 years, your decision, look what you did. And I would have got up and left. But hey, rest in peace, Jamie Kellner. Somewhat tightened in the industry. So, all right. Sorry for those guys who don't know who that is. But even if you don't know who that is, you felt, if you're a wrestling fan or if you're a fan of Fox Kids, cartoon, anything like that, you know who he is. You've been affected by his decision making. One of the things I will defend about Jamie Kellner is towards the mid to late 90s, he understood where Warner Brothers Animation was going, and he started pulling the plug on things. But he knew about that, though. When it came to wrestling, should have stayed out of the game. But hey, rest in peace. All right. I see we got a super step in there from Chappie.
Yeah, Chappie, you there's another one. I was Saw Man Black 2 since it's my favorite as a kid, but it definitely is the weakest of the trilogy. But there's still a lot of fun to be had with 2. They went for more Looney Tunes. Yeah, that's kind of what I think.
I thought International was the weakest. If you consider it amongst the actual movies. But hey, you know what? Rewatchability. Men in Black 2 has a lot of rewatchability for me.
Oh yeah, I watched that so many times when I was a kid.
Yeah, and as an adult, man, I loved it. I mean, I love those movies. International wasn't a bad, like I said, it wasn't bad. Thank you for the support, Chappie. Thank you.
And again, it's like the chemistry of like Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith. I mean, that it's. I think International is just not doing so well. I mean, that really kind of showed how essential they were to it. I mean, where the because again, you had the straight man and the kind of the wisecracking elements of that between their J and K's partnership, where you can and it just was on fire. Every time any situation you put them in, you have like the alien gives birth, and Jay gets puked on, and he's like, "Congratulations, Reg, it's a squid." And they go a second later, go into the car. Anything about that seem unusual to you? So again, the straight man and more loosey goosey partnership between them. It's like, again, they just were so on fire as a comedy duo. So yeah,
100% agree. Thank you, Chappie. You're the difference between when I sit down with Rob Myers or Robert Meyer Burnett, us, eating like hors d'oeuvres, or me ordering something expensive and me telling them, "Hey, we got to leave, dude, before the checkout." No, I would never do that. And actually being able to have something nice. So thank you for the support there. Yeah, there were other people that had better money. I always suspected that there was some kind of verbal deal between him and Vince McMahon, that there was some promise to put WWE programming on his network, which would eventually happen anyway. Outside of that, and that was something that happened. But I just think that deal was not on the up and up. And when that happened, that like I said, there's one moment that really ruined wrestling, and wrestling's never been the same since. And we're sort of getting back there with AEW a little bit, but not to the point. People are getting happy. Oh, 1.5 million, 2 million people watch this show, and I'm like, dude, back in the day, the worst 1.5, 2 million would have got you fired. It would get, but now it's like, because it's been so watered down, and some of these guys that are growing up and after Ruthless Aggression and and I've always said the WWE product for the last 25 years as a whole has been unwatchable for me. I can pick certain things out of it, but as a whole, I can't sit through. I have to DVR it. It's just, but like I said, that was the only game in town for a while, and now here we have AEW. That's why when people like to come after AEW, I'm like, you guys didn't understand where the business was when it was just WWF or WWE at the time, or F at the time, because they had to change their name. But as far as Ted Turner, this is the problem, and this is where we make fun of Warner Brothers now. This is the beginning of where we're at. This is the beginning of the devaluation of Warner Brothers. Ted Turner sold his control when he merged with AOL. One of the worst decisions he ever made. By the way, he even said, I went down from being a billionaire to a multimillionaire because of that. He gave up his control of everything. So even though it was named after him still, the merger put him out of control of anything. So he couldn't stop it from happening. Had Turner still been involved, that so would have never happened. Wrestling is what he built the Turner stations on. It was a centerpiece that he built each of his networks on, whether it be TBS, TNT, those two networks. The Superstation was built off of Andy Griffith and wrestling. Trust me, I was there. So yeah, he would have never happened if Ted Turner still had control. All right, guys, we're going to get into our first main topic, which, like I said, I will have to interrupt myself. Otherwise, we'll go on forever. Kraven's Last Hunt was classic, man. It was everything that Spider-Man was becoming with the advent of the Hobgoblin. Once the Hobgoblin came about, it was a tonal shift in Spider-Man's rogue gallery. There was violence and murder when it came to the Green Goblin, but it wasn't on that level. When it came to like the Hobgoblin, it was a more sinister version. I mean, they opted not to, the original plan by, I think it was Roger Stern, was, just to make another Hobgoblin, make a mysterious guy, found Hobgoblin, or found the Green Goblin stuff, and he became the Green Goblin number 6 or 10 or whatever they were at the point. They took it in a different route. They made him homicidal and murder, and it was really, it was really like Spider-Man was hunting a criminal, but a serial killer at the same time. And then the Sin Eater saga, which was, dealt with murder of Gene D. Wolfe and characters like that. And this was leading up to, in 1987, this was big because Kraven the Hunter, this was before you had retcons and all the other bullshit that would happen. Kraven the Hunter was a major Spider-Man. He's one of Spider-Man's earliest villains. He decides that for whatever reason, that he has fulfilled everything in his life. There is nothing left to hunt for. And without the hunt, there is no life. But there's one thing that has eluded him this entire time, and that's to capture and defeat Spider-Man. Spider-Man has beaten him. Spider-Man has embarrassed him. Spider-Man has humiliated him. Kraven was a guy who, whatever he aimed at, whatever he hunted, he mounted it on his wall. And here was the spider was the one, he called him the spider. Spider was the one thing I could not catch. And how can I be complete? How can I say that I've completed this journey if he's still around? So he gets this scheme together, and he basically, tranquilizes Spider. He catches him, uses a bunch of different things to work around the Spidey sense and everything else, and he ultimately captures him. Doesn't kill him. Captures him, tranquilizes him with a very, very powerful sedative, and buries him alive. He then goes about dressed up and this is when he's still in the black uniform, the black costume. He wouldn't go back to the red and blue until a year later. But he would go around committing crimes and beating the hell out of people in Spider-Man's black costume. He not only wanted to defeat he wanted to defeat what Spider-Man was. He wanted to dirty Spider-Man's name in the same way that he thought Spider-Man had dirtied his name by beating him and basically making him look like a buffoon a lot of times. He enlists Vermin, who is a character from Captain America, another character that Mike Zeck created. He lets him out. He's a feral rat guy is what he is. He's been experimented on. And he lets him out, and that's to keep Spider-Man busy once he wakes up from the coma. The storyline wraps up with Kraven, this is a shock part, committing suicide. Once Spider-Man finally gets to him, Kraven shoots himself with his hunting rifle and falls into a casket he set up for himself. We have all these things. We have the boys. We have Zack Snyder's Justice League. We have the Marvel stuff. We have all this stuff, and a lot of this stuff to us today wouldn't be shocking or jarring. In 1987, a major villain not only being killed, but being killed without a doubt. Without a doubt, he was dead.
Mm.
They didn't bring him back for a while until all the other stupid shit started to happen. You saw his son. You saw his son. His son came and with a family. You saw Calypso. As a matter of fact, this storyline, Torment, has a very violent image of Kraven the Hunter. It's Spider-Man's Calypso, which was a protege of Kraven the Hunter, is getting revenge on Spider-Man by releasing the Lizard. That's what the first 5 issues of Todd McFarlane Spider-Man was about. And they show a ghost of, or a corpse of Kraven the Hunter, and no shit, his head's gone. Where he blasts his head off, that was gruesome. But it just wasn't what was outside of X-Men. We weren't getting that. We definitely weren't, in my opinion, weren't getting it in Spider-Man. And I bought this off the 7-Eleven. It was a 7-Eleven right over the fence and down the street from base housing, where before I started going to comic book stores, where I would buy my comics. And this took place over 6 issues. Almost clicked on the wrong thing. And let's see. All the covers were done by Mike Zeck, who, like I said, is an amazing artist to this day. This is part 1. Is it showing up? Okay, this is part 1. And this was back when they would do this every now and then. They would take Amazing Spider-Man, Spectacular Spider-Man, and Web of Spider-Man, and they would do 1, 2, 3 to basically tie the cells together. So this was part one. Let's see. Like I said, Kraven battles a beast and beheads it with his bare hands. Yeah, it opens up with him hunting. Animal rights people had a problem that he hunting down animals and ripping the heads off of them. He's literally running through the jungle naked, hunting animals and decapitating them. He digs a grave and goes to a coffin, realizing that he must die soon, and picks up a replica of Spider-Man's costume. And that was how it started. And then, oops, didn't want to do that. All right. This is part two. This is Amazing Spider-Man, October 1987. Spider-Man lies buried because that's his after. Like I said, he tranquilized him. He shoots him with that gun. They were trying to make, Kraven finally shoots Spider-Man. It was a tranquilizer. Lies buried. Kraven dons a Spider-Man costume to prove that he's the better of his foe in every way. Plus horrible crimes as Robin about to commit. Yeah, because he lets him loose as basically a distraction because he knows Spider-Man's eventually going to get out. Here's another. This is I bought all these. This is Vermin. This is Spider-Man in the cave fighting Vermin. Kraven continues his masquerade as Spider-Man and decides to attack men involved in the heroin, and he beats the shit out of them. And obviously Spider-Man is not that guy. Spider-Man apprehends people in a different way. Kraven is not. And then people were like, "Wow, that can't be Spider-Man." This is my favorite cover. This is one of my favorite covers ever of Spider-Man period. It's the one I use for the thumbnail, and it's the one that's on the actual when you buy the trade paperback. By the way, you can get this in issues. They're fairly cheap, but you can also get them in several paperback editions. I just sold one the other day. I left it out to, I was going to keep it, but somebody wanted it as I was discussing to them that I was going to put this on my show. By the way, person who bought that, I know you're watching because you told me you're going to be, so enjoy it. This is on the actual trade paperback, and this is Web of Spider-Man, I think 32. Spider-Man emerges from the grave and stumbles into Kraven's mansion. From the newspaper scattered on the ground, Spider-Man learns that one of his impersonators has been attacking the town for 2 weeks. So he's been buried for 2 weeks. I don't know how they pulled that off, but I'm suffocating. And this is Amazing Spider-Man 294. Now, this is, like I said, this is 4 or 5 issues away from the McFarlane run, by the way. It's in the start and conclusion of Kraven's last hunt. After Kraven proves his superiority over Spider-Man, what is left for the hunter? You must read the shocking ending. I'm sorry, I just spoiled it to you, but it's 37 years old. So can't believe that. I can't believe I just said this in a 37-year-old storyline, but it is. It was great.
Yeah. By the way, anybody wondering why? I'm sorry, anybody wondering why he's in the black suit? Is that do you explain that already? Why he's still wearing the black suit?
Yes, he does not. Spider-Man wears the black suit from Amazing Spider-Man 250.
Yeah, and this is not the black suit. This is a replica. This is not the symbiote.
Yeah. He got rid of the replica in Web of Spider-Man #1, where he had to go to Reed Richards to use a Sonic thing to get out of it. But he wore a black costume from Amazing Spider-Man 252 all the way up until Amazing Spider-Man 300. As a matter of fact, these issues that we're showing you are the last issues of that that run. He would change out of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe the end story explanation was that Black Cat actually kind of she liked the suit better, so it's kind of like part of the motivation for him keeping the replica around as long as he did.
Yeah, that, and he could operate at night easier with it.
Yeah.
So. All right. The police are on to Kraven as they discover evidence leading to his lie.
All right.
So so Kraven is gone, but this is when he beats Vermin in the last part, and this basically reflects on everything like that. And then at this point, that's part 6. But yeah, this was like I said, one of the best, considered to be one of the greatest Spider-Man stories told. All right, let's see. Yeah, in regards to Jamie Kellner, like I said, I knew who he was at the time this was all happening because there was a lot. This was when the internet was just starting. it wasn't as big as it would be now, but we had AOL, we had WCW Live, we had a lot of groups that had a lot of people that went behind the scenes, so we knew as fans what was going on. I can't remember who that was, but yeah, that was ridiculous too. All right, let's see. Score played. All right, let's see. All right, for the those of you who are watching, both on Twitter, hey, come on over to come on over to YouTube and like and subscribe if you can. I appreciate you guys watching from wherever platform you are, but YouTube doesn't give us credit for that. Let's see. Let's look at that. And hopefully we can get to, like I said, I don't think it's possible for us to get to 1,000 followers by Comic-Con, but I'm a damn sure try. All right. Let's see what's going in the chat. Okay, so the next topic I'll roll into is I think we played the trailer earlier this week but I think we have more information when it comes to the Cape Crusader. So let's bring up that trailer. Gotta make sure I bring up the right one because last thing we need to do is switch accounts. Go to the one that's premium. Just yeah, come on. Come on. All right, I'm gonna have to find the history. History. Hold on for a second. I'm going to bring this up. I had it up on the other screen, but it won't play. Here we go. Hey, how many times have I watched this trailer? You back, Brad?
Yep, just came back.
Hold on. I'm pulling out the because there's a bunch of the trailer out there, but if you play the wrong one.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about the Cape Crusader trailer, right?
Yeah, because we played it the other night, but I don't want to.
Well, it should be on WB or Max's. God, I can't believe I'm actually using the term.
Well, it's on Amazon.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's going to be on Amazon.
Right. Amazon Prime. Yeah, because I got it off the Amazon Prime site, but hold on. Took it off. All right, here we go. Yeah, gross.
Mm-hmm.
boy. I'm looking at the boys. And they're showing some. Okay. I don't want the crop version. All right, well, we're going to show this anyway.
Yeah.
It's the cropped version, but that's not the one I had. This is the one that shows you. There we go. I like the voice of this dude. Can we make this bigger? All right, here we go. Actually, kind of aggravated now. This is the one where it names the heroes and the villains and stuff like that. So, what was that?
Oh,
was that
yeah,
you?
yeah. That was me, yeah. Just clear my throat.
That totally threw me off.
Yeah, it's a...
Or create who you are. But the time has come to shed our masks and unveil the heroes and villains of Batman, Caped Crusader, McKenna Grace, Toby Stevens, Reed Scott, Dan Donahue, Gary Anthony Williams, Jason Watkins, John DiMaggio, Crystal Joy Brown, Michelle Bonilla, Eric Morgan Stewart, Tom Kenny, Minnie Driver, Diedrich Bader, Jamie Chung, Christina Ricci,
That's got to be Catwoman.
and I'm Hamish Linklater. I am Batman.
August 1st, all right. Now, Matt Reeves is the executive producer on this, right? Or he's somehow involved in it? Yeah, so this is like...
Him and Bruce Timms. Which is,
Okay,
like I
so...
said, I've always wanted to see what he could do when he doesn't have the kitty leash on him, because I think he's way more capable than way more capable than what he's been able to do. But you never. I mean, you can only do so much when you're producing stuff for kids shows.
Now
this one is a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be pretty. Yeah, it's going to be the tone is going to be a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, I hate to use the word adult, but I mean it's probably the most apt. It's going to be a little bit elevated from like because it's the Batman.
Be homogenized for
now is this supposed to be officially canonical with the Batman franchise, or is this kind of its own thing that Matt Reeves is also just involved in?
I just think it's its own thing.
Yeah, that's kind of the impression I've gotten, but I think probably people could. I think there's people like about that just because Matt Reeves being a player in it.
Yeah, I just think I don't know why he wanted to do this with everything basically everything he's already involved in, but I guess he but I also know he's going to be doing the series for James Gunn as well. So I'm wondering how that's going to work out.
Yeah, the Arkham show or whatever that. Yeah, I think it was the Arkham series that's now being, and that's a whole other like, can of worms, like how that's sort of evolved. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that'll go. But yeah, this is pretty good. I'm looking forward to it. August 1st.
August 1st, which is literally only just over a month and a half away. Everything I've seen of it so far looks good. It kind of, like I said, looks like in the same tone visually as the animated series goes. I mean, you look at that's Harley Quinn.
That's what she look like on the show. Okay.
Yeah, that's him and Alfred.
Yeah, the thing I like about it
is high tech. Look, that's high tech. I don't know if that's high tech he's looking at there, or is that
the Bat Ears too. It's like they're clearly going for like almost like a Legends of the Dark Knight sort of approach to the Bat Ears.
Well, they're going for a Detective Comics.
Yeah, that's where the ears are like, because like Dark Knight
Uh-huh.
Returns, which is it's a it's a personal preference thing, like where the length and the positioning and the shape of the ears, which one you going to gravitate. I've always kind of been like a nubs guy. I really like the Dark Knight Returns approach to the bad ears, but back in the 30s and beginning of Detective Comics, I mean he'd have the ears like that high. I mean they really wanted to emphasize the bad aspect of it in the early days. I mean, like they wanted to
I
make
love
it
this picture.
unmistakable. Yeah. And not only is it like that's the thing. Not only do they go straight up, but they also the way they protrude out like that. That's the thing they really only did like in the early Batman days. Maybe they
Yeah,
occasionally
if
would
you wanted them
take
to
the arm.
look like a bat. Yeah.
Yeah, like really like a bat. Or like you look at bat ears, they don't just go straight up. They they kind of do like that. So. Yeah, that's it'll make it very distinct look. Because I don't think I don't know if we've seen.
I don't.
In
This
animation,
doesn't look like Batman in the 40s, though. I think this because I've seen some stuff when I'm looking at this. It doesn't. I don't get the feel that it's. I mean, I haven't. Did we read the print? I know it's Nora, but let's look up.
Yeah. And have we?
Because I haven't
seen...
paid too much attention to the premise as far as it's all I know is who was involved and that the tone was going to be different, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, and is this the only time I think offhand is the only time I can recall where they've designed the bat ears and the cowl like that way with this approach to the ear because it's
as far as cartoons goes, yeah.
Austin, well, he's now in his other account saying he said it takes place in the 40s. Okay, well that definitely is kind of a.
Is it that way? I mean,
that definitely disconnects it from Pattinson.
It looks. That's what he looks like, though. If you look at that's how Batman looked in the 40s. I just showed you.
And Aaron and Austin.
I don't mind it being
kind of lukewarm on it.
I don't mind it being in the 40s.
They're kind of they're a little bit lukewarm on it, and yeah, it wasn't really on my radar so much until recently. But yeah, that's I'm intrigued by this trailer.
Because I never really read the premise. Man, he's been involved in so much.
Oh God, yeah, he's.
It doesn't give me a premise, but yeah.
It doesn't have a Wikipedia page. Oh, that's weird.
No, it did too. It did. That's where I read it from, but it didn't. It was incomplete. Now they just went ahead and just deleted it. I'm like, okay.
It's odd.
But I know it can take place. All right, an animated series titled Batman Caped Crusader is developed by Bruce Timm, J.J. Abrams, by the way. He got his money. And Matt Reeves. It's said to be a reimagining of the Caped Crusader that returns the characters to the film noir roots and focus on the characters' earlier years in fighting crime before he formed an alliance with Commissioner Jim Gordon, the Gotham City PD. Originally planned to premiere on the Cartoon Network and also on HBO Max. The series is scheduled for release on Amazon Prime Video with 2 season order. I hope it gets one. Ed Brubaker, that's all my favorite people was the head writer for the first season of the series. With Greg Rucka and Mark Bernardine, both writing episodes. Let's see. So yeah, I mean, because like I said, if it's in the 40s, that's fine too. I mean, I'm all for I'm all for that. I just want to see. I want as many interpretations of Batman as I can get, as long as they're all good. Let's see. I'm just looking for more info on it that I didn't read. I love the black and white of it, but let's see. I didn't give me a lot, but I didn't see any cars in that trailer either. So a lot of times, like you'll see the old 40s cars and things like that, and that would have given it away for me. But I'm in either way. I like the tone of it. That voice is perfect. That Harley Quinn is something new. I mean, we've had different forms of Harley Quinn, even though she's dressed up in a familiar outfit. That's a different look. Because remember, she first appeared in the cartoon. So Catwoman, that's a classic. That's a cross. That's like a Lee Mayweather, Batman, almost from the Batman show. I get it, but I love the way he looks, and I love the way the tone looks, and it looks like it's a return to the roots of Batman, which is, I'm wondering what the violence level will be. I'm wondering what the grit level will be.
Yeah. I get the sense it's probably going to be push a little bit further than like what they did on Batman the Animated Series, because like I mean, that was praised for having a very mature tone for a Fox Kids show, but I mean, obviously still they still had to be friendly enough to children with how they were presenting it. So this sounds like this is going to kind of have a little not terribly concern itself with that.
Yeah. Batman, I will take this to my grave. Batman is not for kids. Sorry. It's like having Michael Myers for kids. Let's have a Fox slasher kids network. We're going to do that? No. But I'm looking forward to this. I'm going to cover this. I wonder if there's going to be anything on Comic-Con about this, because this literally is the week after Comic-Con hits. I wonder if they'll do anything. I wonder if they'll show episodes of it or something in one of their panels for the people who. I wonder if Hall H is there and they're doing some shit, and I don't have to sleep or do the dumb shit to get in. If I can do like I did last year, just to get content. I might go over there if I can get in without the bullshit, and there's something like this being played. Because I don't know if there's going to be a lot of stars there. I haven't seen any announcements. Has anybody in the chat, because you guys are in different levels, has anybody in the chat seen any of the two major comic book studios doing anything there? Because they take up the bulk of the bandwidth. To be honest with you.
Yeah, and that's we're just about a month away from that now, so that would be the kind of thing where we would get confirmation or some kind of news about what is supposed to be presented there from either DC or Marvel. So they might both be sitting it out this year.
Yeah, because if it'll make our presentation better, even if I don't want to wait in a line somewhere, if I think it can make the channel better and the stream better, I'll do it. I'm not a big Hall H guy. I've gone the one time, I got that shit out of my system, and it was the right time. But I got 4 days. If there's something that could really, really like up and bring the show level up for you guys to see, I'll play it by ear. If I get there and Hall H isn't a shit show like it usually is, or say for last year, and they have they show the first episode of Batman, I'll go see it just to review for you guys. I mean, it's going to come out a week later, but I'm really looking forward to this. So. Some of those, though, they may show this at the DC booth, because I don't know if you guys whoever went last year, Marvel's booth was a fucking theater. All it was missing was seats. They had a massive, I'm going to dig those pictures out. They had a massive, big, giant screen. So really, none of these comic book ones need to do Hall H if they don't want to, because it was massive. I'd never seen their presentation so big. Hey, somebody, cool. Thank you for gifting a membership.
Thank you, Claudia.
Yeah, hey guys, make sure you're using those emojis. I want to create a silly one for Red. But they're all silly. I mean, both of mine are silly. William, don't go to Hall H if you don't need to. Enjoy. Like I said, I'm gonna play it by ear. If I think I can get in there without compromising the day, and it's something I think I might do it. If I go over there and there's people with their tents and shit up there, I'm not gonna do that. That's I would rather walk around. There's more content I can get you quicker than waiting a day or whatever. I'll be by myself. So
yeah, the only way I could foresee, because I've never been to San Diego, but going to San Diego Comic Con, the only way I could really foresee myself like trying to get into Hall H is go with a group, and then like basically rotate. Okay, you stay in line while we go off and play, and then somebody else comes back and takes their place, and so that's the only way I would do it.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of people do. they'll come with like 3 or 4 people, and they'll gather and they'll switch out. They'll, one person will go enjoy the con while somebody else waits in the line, holds their place in line, and they leave. Sometimes they don't. I don't know. Sometimes they've been sleeping out there overnight. I refuse to fucking do that. There's nothing going on that is worth that for me. But this year we only have the one comic book movie, and it's being released the week of con. I mean, so it's not. I don't know what's going to be going on. Star Trek they may have last year they had shows happening though. We had Discovery coming up, which was just about to premiere a few months later, but we were right in the middle of Strange New Worlds, and we had just wrapped up Picard. So there was a lot going on with Star Trek. There's not a lot going on with Star Trek this year, so I'm wondering some of the other studios might have stuff going on with Hall H, but the two main ones that cause all the disruption, not only do they not have a lot going on, but in the interim, like I said, I need to bring that up. I don't know if I took pictures of it, but it was huge, man. And you didn't even need to get close to Marvel's booth last year to see that shit. It was huge, and it was unobstructed. So you could be standing down the hall intersection and look up, and they made sure you saw that from wherever you were. They might do that this year with their stuff. But I don't think they'll do a private screening of Deadpool because, like I said, it'll already be out in theaters, and they'll, why do that? But like I said, if they're doing like things like this, like smaller stuff that I can get in and out of, I will make an effort to go there. But like I said, as I get more information and like I said, I want to have a game plan when I go there. Right now, I have one, but we don't have all the participants yet that will be doing stuff, and I wonder if we can Google which studios are going to. That might help me because I've been doing it, but what studios are participating in SDCC 2024? Uh-oh, what is that?
That's the Amber Alert. Yeah, it's me. Hold on. I'll go take care of that.
Okay. I'm wondering if that's a national one. See, even when you go into the Comic-Con page, it doesn't. All right. That's news and updates. Let's bring this up for you guys because they just updated it like literally like 4 days ago. So let's take a look at this. All right, 7th wave of guests. Okay, in addition to its blah 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 blah. Jim Lee will be there. There you go.
All right.
I probably won't get anywhere near it, but I will try. Maggie Round, J. Michael Shasinski. Okay, so that's a different wave of guests. All right, Barbara Brandon Croft, Mike Friedrich, Dave Johnson, Lee Coase, Katsuji Mori, All right. Oh, come on. Are we stuck? 5th wave. Roberta Gregory, Jack Harris, Joseph Hill, Don McGregor. So a lot of these guys I vaguely know who they are, but see, all the studios are sponsoring it, but we don't have any. Yeah, see, I don't see where it tells you things to do. All right, it's scheduled. Look at they haven't even put the schedule out, man. Come on, it's a month. Artist alley, exhibitors, art show exclusives, fan tables. let's see if yeah, there's nothing for schedule. So right now, programming schedule. Yeah, so there's this. They haven't changed this since last year. So a lot of what as much as I want to plan, because it's one thing for me to be there, but as this channel has become part of the Sci-Fi Center, it's as much a part of the center as the merchandise I'm sitting in front of. I want to be able to make that connection to not just you guys, but the customers here will be here in Vegas. I literally want to make it something you can sit down and like take a look at and enjoy. So there'll be some things that I might necessarily want to do, but if I think there's an interest channel wise, I'm going to go ahead and do it. I'm there on business. So I will go to places. So what we in the comment section from this point on, do me a favor, guys. What do you want? Where do you want me to go when I'm there? What are you interested in finding out? For those of you who've been to Comic-Con and those of you who've never been, well, I'm there as your avatar. What do you want? Where do you want me to go? Who do you want me to try to seek out and talk to? Obviously, we talked about Jim Lee and things like that. I'll probably get tackled and drug away before I can get to Jim Lee, but I'll try. I'm going to talk to Todd McFarlane because I will be in that line. Obviously, we're going to be talking to Robert Meyer Burnett for those, Steve. We'll be talking with Lloyd Kaufman from Troma. We were already set up there. Anything that's going on with Troma, we're going to have a special 50th anniversary talk with Lloyd and some of the Troma people. If there are, I'm working on wrestlers to try to meet. There are some wrestlers that are going to be there from AEW and WWE. So if they're down there, I will try to find get a hold of those guys prior. Right now, a month ahead of time, I'm trying to send out you don't know how many messages. I've sent out like 150 messages so far to people that I'm trying to get, knowing that I'll probably get like 4 or 5. Right now, I got 2. And I got a maybe for 2 more. So hey, my loser percentage is going up these days, guys. So I'm gonna try to make this cool. I just don't want to show you guys shit. I want you to guys to be able to like sit back here like you married me and say, hey, William, I'm interested in what Funko's doing. So I'll go to Funko. I'm interested in what anime studio is doing. I'll go over there. What's the gaming? They have a massive gaming presence there. I mean, a massive gaming presence there. And their displays. What was that game? What's the game? It was like part 4 or something like that. If you look at my pictures, I have it's like a huge thing. Yeah. Fuck, I need to bring up my
And no, Clint, I'm not eating a shirt. I just tend to play around with it a lot when I'm on the computer. And by the way, I quick warning.
It's the lady with the horns. The lady with the horns. Yeah. It's a game. I'm not a gamer, guys. Tell me what I know. Somebody in the chat.
You're talking about. Well, it's not lady with the horns. I was going to say God of War, maybe.
No, it's a chick, and it's hold on.
Real quick, I just want to give a quick warning. I did hear some thunder a little bit ago. We're supposed to be getting some rain tonight, so if I were to suddenly cut out, just know that the power unfortunately got knocked out for me. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but I just wanted to give a heads up. And you was hearing thunder a minute ago.
Okay, gotcha. I know that feeling. Dude, where is? Oh man, how can I scroll down what was somebody in the chat? You guys know what I'm talking about. It's a big. A gamer will know this immediately. Oh, I take too many pictures. Oh my goodness, I take way too many pictures. Trying to get to the Comic-Con section of our Instagram, where because I didn't put them in a particular folder. That's something else. Vince, I'm gonna need your help with that. We're gonna upload shit to the folders so that I don't have to do this ever again. Because I am, however many pictures, I'm probably gonna take more and upload more pictures and video than I ever have at any event that I've ever been to. And if you follow me on Instagram or anywhere like that, you know I take a shit ton of pictures. And oh my goodness, I take way too many pictures. I can't believe I can't think of that video game. It was a big major thing that they did last year, but they had a massive gaming presence a lot last year. So for those of you guys, the point being, if you're in the games and you want me to go ask people, most of it's going to be talking to we may not get the star person, the celebrity person, but that doesn't mean I can't. That somebody is somebody's messaging me. That maybe they're messaging me with the answer.
Yeah, it was Jim Lee saying he'd be there.
Diablo.
But okay, yeah. Why did how'd that slip past me? I should have known that one.
Diablo. Thank you, Clint. Yeah, I'm not a gamer, but Clint knows a little bit more about it than I do.
A couple people are saying in the chat actually too.
Yeah, they said it in the chat. Okay, I was too busy looking for it in the damn thing. So I'm going to show you some of the stuff that we went through last year. But yeah, if you guys are in the games, whatever kind of toys, obviously they had a nice G.I. Joe section last year. I mean, it was huge. And then they have these things all laid out, so that you can go watch. Like they had the Battle of Hoth display. They had the Battle of Hoth display going on. Oh man, some of the pictures I took when the rain ruined my life. I don't want to be depressed. Let's get past him. Last Voyage of the Inventor. Man, I wish that movie would have done better. Actually, wish it would have been a better movie, but it wasn't too bad. It was just not. I wonder if we're ever going to get another one of those because, like I said, I know it didn't make a lot of money. Okay, here we go. All right, so let's do a revamp of not a revamp, but a revisit. Just what this is the ghetto SDDC. This is me like just basically being a fanboy. And
this was last year.
This was last year. So this is what we're not going to do this year. Yeah, I'm going to go. I'm going to have some fun, but it's going to be a more organized thing. I'm going to have Vince here helping me just make it look professional. I'll have you here. I mean, I had Zayden and them last year, but I didn't have a plan last year. So I think that's going to be the difference. So this is Megatron. This is a disassembled version. This was the Transformers area they had. And the guy was rolling around with his Megatron. He actually was wearing this. And I caught him when he was out of it. And I thought this was kind of cool. Just like I picked up that while I was there. Okay, so this was Invincible. 20 years of Invincible. They had a whole thing. You could go up, and as you can see, you could interview, you could shoot from there. It was kind of cool. This was huge. You can kind of see this is the Lego. Dude, I don't know what it is with you Lego people, man, but you are some committed motherfuckers, man. This line wrapped around twice. This was when I finally got close enough to it, but the Lego thing was there. So for you Lego guys, you want me to go, talk to Lego people, not just, take pictures of Legos. You want what kind of questions do you want me to have for these vendors? This is the Star Trek section. This is so fucking cool. Hold on, because I think I keep forgetting that. Hold on, let's go back to there. So there's those. That was the Baby Yoda, and that thing actually moved around. She had it on a remote control. This is the John Carpenter section. He wasn't there, but his stuff was there, and he had a new comic that came out. Transformers. That was a Transformers the movie celebration, and there's the Matrix right there. $70. They can keep it though. I'm sorry. I was also very cheap last year. These are some of the Alex Ross ones I bought last year. That's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle section. They had a turtle section. I'll show that guy to you guys too.
Lego brick.
Yeah, dude, that shit was expensive too. This is the Star Trek booth, and they had the days these lit up. My pictures don't do it justice, but they lit up. This is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle section.
Yeah, because that was right before the movie came out last year.
I got a signed poster from that one. Some of my pictures didn't upload right. This is the movie we premiered. Get out of that. That's Emily. You could sit next to her on the couch. They said stay off the display, but everybody sat on the display. Nobody listened to that. This was cool. This is a real girl. This was really cool. I shook her hand. I'm like, because obviously there's tons of cosplay happening, and there's a little girl here who's literally equipped to fix your cosplay, and she was doing it too. I thought that was cool. I thought she had the coolest costume, and her buddies are with her. So if your cosplay was falling apart, she had all that stuff in her bag. She had glue. She had she had everything in there. It was kind of cool. All right, this was Hall H. There's a guy. The guy behind me is dressed up as Pike. He was cool to talk to. But as you can see, that's what Hall H looks like. I'm in the front row, actually. I was able to walk right in. I got into the front row. It was really cool. That was my first and only time there. It might be the only time I get there, but if I can get in this year, I'll go for you guys. This is this is like Marvel Country, basically. See, their booth was huge. And I don't know if I have. Okay, so there's the headquarters. You can't see the screen, but you can see that rig on top of there. That's like some concert shit that they had set up. It was really cool. And there's the Guardians of the Galaxy uniforms, Rocket or Raccoon. And they changed these out too. So you could come back at a different point in the day and they would be different. This dude I met, this guy's been going to Comic-Con since like the 80s. And if you see his badges was all the way back to we talked about all of them too. Because some of them I had been to.
He's a veteran.
Yeah, he spent some time there. He was cool to talk to. Speaking of They Live, this was the John Carpenter era.
Yeah, I was wondering. We were talking about it.
Yep.
You'd stepped away. When you would step away, I talked about that. It's like I'm pretty sure. Again, I can't commit to memory any specific instance, but I'm pretty sure I have seen some They Live because it lends itself to cosplay, like either with the aliens or with Roddy Piper's looking at it.
Yeah, Chew Gum Bubblegum, and then there's a thing. There's a thing head from the special effects. So this is the movie that they were promoting there, and we were promoting it while we were at con. That's a wrestler. There's me and Lloyd at the booth we worked at last year, and I know I'll be there's. This was a poster that they gave us. And this is they premiered this episode at Hall H, and it was Boimer and what's their face? They had traveled back in time, and so they met them. So the people from Lower Decks met the crew of Strange New Worlds, and it was funny because they were trying not to ruin time. And Boimer was like, "I know you from somewhere," and she's like, "Oh, but I can't tell you." And finally, he tells her because she's on the recruiting poster. This is number one on the recruitment poster for Starfleet, and her Ad Astra per Astra, that was her saying, and it was kind of cool. So they gave away these, and then with the shitty thing about it, Star Trek guys, I enjoyed your presentation last year. We're in Hall H. As we're wrapping up, they're saying, "Hey, by the way, there's an exclusive poster," and I got it. I'm gonna go get it. Should have all the stuff ready. I know it's not.
Guys just got me here for a minute while he goes get that.
There's a they had these, right? This is the one you got at the booth right here, and this is the one we're in Hall H. You know, if you've ever been to Comic-Con, it's not really close to the main hall. You got to go out and around and get through a bunch of mazes and shit, right? By the way, instead of giving us to that there, since we sat through that, you got to go to the main booth, whether you've been there or not, and there's only a limited amount. Man, we were all running, old people running, people sweating in their cosplay, and I got there, and the lady had seen me before, and she knew I was working the booth, and she just gave me one, so I didn't have to wait in line again. But they had the coolest. I still think they had the most memorable display last year. Let's see what else we got here. This was another one. This was okay. See that screen? That's how big that screen was. I couldn't even get it in the whole camera. So they may not need to do. This is when I got back. I mean, we literally saw Oppenheimer like right there, right after. This is the DC area, which was pretty cool, but not as big as Marvel's. Did I go back and get this? Hold on, mate. I just want to make sure I'm not skipping over the inner pictures because we took a lot of sets. All right, so there's Blue Beetle. There's the Aquaman suit they had on display there.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's me.
Nah.
This is the LED screen, and you waited in line, but the light is horrible on my face. But you know, and then there's another one which I have on my other page. But like I said, it's cool. This is cool. They just told me to look around at the just act like you're in a really cool place, and I'm like, okay, I'll do that. There's the Dark Horse area. Dark Horse had a pretty impressive booth.
Yeah,
Ron
that's clearly
Perlman's,
Ron Perlman, Hellboy.
yeah, the one that people wanted to see.
Yeah.
Deadpool.
Oh yeah, your favorite character here.
Yep.
Yeah, Spidey.
Cool. Let me see if we get back to here. Okay, that's old. Yeah, so that's a Deadpool.
Oh,
This is
your
hilarious.
even more favorite character here.
I told him to. I told the guy, I'm like, I hate this character, but your cosplay is on point. And can I get your picture? And he took it and gave it to me. There you go. There you go. He's good for something. And then there's that again. This is one of some of the ones I reposted because I lost my phone. I didn't lose it. Now this guy, I got his business card, and we're actually going to be ordering uniforms to this dude because these are the jackets from Picard, and I tried one on, and they look kick-ass, man. And see, if you can see behind me, he's got uniforms, and they're official too. So
that actually kind of looks like the comic you got McFarlane's autograph on. That jacket though that actually kind of looks like the jacket that The Rock is wearing in the Santa Claus movie. What's it called? Red one that's coming up.
Okay, what kind of obscure bullshit was that?
It's just I've seen some so they look alike. So
I thought you were going to tell me like
I could have said it reminded me of the Raid.
What? I would have expected that. The moment, all the cool stuff I'm showing you right now, the cool environment, the moment of that whole convention was this right here. I know I say this, I tell you guys this story all the time, but even now, a year later, this is one of the coolest things. Back in 1989, I think it was 1989, they opened up the San Diego Convention Center. That was the very first year that they had done Comic-Con there, and it wasn't what it is now, obviously. And you could just walk up to Todd McFarlane, no crowd, no nothing, and he had a badge that said Todd McFarlane. That's who you knew. And we just stood there for a half hour just talking with the guy, and he signed this for me. At that time, lasted 33 years ago. I opened up my store in the mid-90s. My sister was working for me, and she sold it for a good penny. And at the time, I didn't sweat it. I'm like, gonna be going to Comic-Con every year. I'll see Todd McFarlane. Didn't happen that way. The next time I would get that close to Todd McFarlane was at the 2017 convention that happened here, where I escorted Stan Lee. And I was a volunteer because of my size. And they put me with Todd McFarlane because at that time they didn't have the little extensions to break up the crowd. I was that barrier. So I was promised, hey, as soon as we're done, he's gonna get you autographs and everything else. Immediately when Todd McFarlane got up, he went to this big stage, and we had to go over and do Stan Lee. And Stan Lee at that time was 94 years old. If you were bumped into him, you could have hurt him. So They needed us, big guys. It was me and another big dude, the two biggest dudes that were volunteering at the time. They needed us to basically bounce people out of the way. And if you look at, I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but I have a picture that I got with Stan Lee. It's the very first thing you see when you walk into the Sci-Fi Center and look up. It's me and Stan Lee, and I have the program next to it. I got to meet him. The reason why I got to meet him is because I volunteered, and I was the last person in the booth. And it was our job to escort. He was walking on his own to escort Stan Lee to the stage. And I have a picture of that, escorting Stan Lee to where Todd McFarlane was already sitting. So Todd McFarlane left, and I never got a chance to get with him. So I showed up at this convention last year, and I just went and got the entire assassination plot because this is one of my favorite covers of his. I just went and got it. I got it from my comic guy here, and I'm like, I know there's zero chance because I know the chaos and everything else that I'm going to be working in the booth. I know there's zero chance. I even typed this before I typed this before I left here in Vegas. But I'm going to have them anyway. If it happens, it happens. And I got it. I got to get it. It took me 4 days. It took me four multiple days of attempts to get there. Finally, Shannon Bailey, his assistant, made it happen for me because she knew I was working the trauma booth. And there you see it right there. And it's in that picture. It was, like I said, one of the coolest moments I've ever had at any convention. He did it in blue, which I'm okay with. It doesn't matter. I would have silver, whatever. I had my own pen, but I don't know why he just did it that way. That's cool. And then there's a selfie
I
with
would
me.
have asked him to do it in blood.
Okay, and that would have probably never gotten you. But I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this issue. I'm gonna get it framed. I'm gonna get it framed with this selfie, and I'm gonna put it up here. Or I might just put it, you know what, in the home studio, the studio where I'm setting up, I might put that there because if somebody sells it this year, I don't have another 33 years to go get it. And here's my caption. So as I've stated many times through this trip, this is last year, I'm here on business, but 15-year-old fanboy William made a forced appearance today. 33 years ago in this very convention, I got this issue signed by Todd McFarlane. 5 years later, I opened up the center and it got sold accidentally. My fault. I've been trying to right that wrong ever since, and I did it. The one thing I had on my list, and that was it. And the other one was meeting Lacuna Coil. For those of you who are, if you're into metal, I got to meet the band Lacuna Coil, and they had a comic out last year, and they signed it, and they signed tarot cards and stuff. So I got to meet her because I'm a big fan of their music, and I knew they were going to be there, and that was really it for me. Once I got that, it didn't really matter. And this is me telling everybody to come over to Troma's booth that day. And this is at the Troma presentation last year. And as soon as I saw this podium, I knew I had to get on here. I had to get on here because this is cool. Let's see. So that was the presentation, and there's me sitting after it's over. I thought that was cool. I used that as my profile pic for a while. There's another one of me sitting there. And that's the Troma. That's the Troma presentation from last year. That's me. Yeah, the GI. I'm too big. So I didn't fit in the little package thing, but there's a Crimson Guard Commandos that they had there. Hold on, make sure. There was a lot of those things around. This guy had a full-on cosplay, but he had already taken it off by the time I saw him, so he just had the head. There's Apocalypse sleeping. I thought this was hilarious. The almighty survival of the fittest sleeping. Because like I said, all those guys when it was cosplay, I have a lot of respect for you guys because even though it was a cool air conditioning building and we're in San Diego, walking around in that shit was like, wow, you people are superheroes, literally. There we go. Oh, yeah. We want real armor and healthcare. Hinge for life. I thought that was hilarious. I just took a lot around. There's me and Thor. The coolest thing, but if I needed somebody to take a picture with for me, they did. Because it's on my own, it was hard to get certain good pictures. So there's that. There is there's Hall H. There's Hall H for the Star Trek line. I didn't stay for anything else, and that's their booth. Their booth was awesome. And there's the VP of and all the execs were there. Yeah, all the execs were there. All the Warner Brothers people that were there. It's just they didn't have any actors there.
How's it going, Droga?
All right, and this is how quickly Hall H filled up. Right?
It's filled to capacity now.
Yeah, 6,000.
I've never been there. I don't know. Is that really 6,000 people? Because that doesn't look like it. That's a lot of people, but I don't know if I can say 6,000.
All right. Yeah, it's 6,000. 6, not 60. 6,000.
Yeah, I get that, but it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's kind of perspective. You need to be in there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's all flat. It's all flat.
Yeah.
So most places you have different levels, like a stadium.
Yeah.
There's no stadium. It's all flat. So, like right there, kind of look to the back.
Yeah.
That's filled all the way to the back. But I got another picture. I got another movie that shows you other sister films. Let's just look at that. For no good reason. Let's just look at that. Oh my goodness.
Yes, for no good reason. It's not on the ban list anymore, apparently.
Not yet. It's still on there. So there's a little Comic-Con logo that we use for our show.
Yeah.
I have to have the coffee. So that was my picture because I'm in the front. So
if that had been Dunkin' Donuts,
this was cool.
Ben Affleck.
Yeah. Now, see how many seats are there?
Okay, yeah, this really shows a lot better. Yeah, with all the episodes.
And you know me, I actually went through a second time. The first time I was surprised that they were cheering us on. So I went to see huge. Yeah, and I already have somebody holding my seat.
Man, that's a lot. That's a lot of chairs to put in there. That must stay like that.
You filled them all.
And so you,
And the difference is
yeah,
I didn't have to
yeah.
work out of it.
This really showcases the size of it a lot better than that first picture did.
This is why I did it, because I wanted people to see. Hey, I may never get an all each. It was kind of cool that they were cheering us like that. I felt like.
And that's when they were just opening. That was when they were just letting people in. Because
that was we were the first ones. 1 o'clock that afternoon.
How long did it take after that for it to fill up?
About 8 minutes.
Wow.
This is before Batman or Justice League versus Godzilla and Kong came out. They were promoting it, and there's me pimping Trauma again, and there's Megan, who I worked the Trauma booth with last time. Hold on, she was really cool, and then this is the panel we went to. Hold on. I gotta forget. This is one I forgot. I thought that was just my obligatory picture of that. And this is where I stayed. This is I didn't want to leave. This is Mission Beach. And like I said, I'm sleeping on the beach with a roller coaster. I'm like, I can't believe this is what I'm doing.
Is that where you're gonna be staying this year?
Maybe. And this is me taking pictures off the balcony. There's the ocean.
And this is a nice, just brisk 70 degrees from the blast
furnace. Oh my God! I did not want to come back. My body was like, you know what? Fuck you. You brought us back to this fucking hole. This is the one I was talking about, Diablo, and I couldn't. Thank you, Clint. I couldn't remember, but this was huge, and this was just the other side of it. Judge Dredd, they had that panel there. This is cool. She has a face hugger.
It's a Ripley.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the
had a bunch of different
yeah. Because I think the wig is because it looks more alien than Aliens, so I think that's what she's going for, is more alien there.
Well, yeah. Plus, every time you saw her, she had a different cosplay on. So I think really? It was a window. This is every building. When you go to Comic-Con, every building around there has promos of it on there, including the. See, there you go.
Oh, yeah. You got to think like just what an advantage somebody would be at to live in San Diego every year when the con is held.
Big problem I had, and I had to go out and get stuff. These people are waiting for $9 pretzels. The pretzels were $9, and they were $5.
$9.
And I pointed this out, and somebody's like, "Well, don't go to con if you don't have any money." And I'm like, "Listen, motherfucker. For one, who the fuck are you? Two, I bought one. I bought a $5 soda, and I bought a $9 pretzel because I was hungry, and those pretzels were huge. But my cheap ass can still note that it was more than I wanted to play. This was cool.
Yeah, I love you showed that one.
This guy had to, whoever it was, had to take.
Yeah,
he had to take all that
off to get inside the door.
Yeah, I said then don't know how this person is navigating their way through this crowd, but it was really cool. And this was outside in the area there. Somebody wanted me to take a video of the merchandise.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I had a buddy here who bought a bunch of merchandise.
Oh, great.
All right, there's me and Lloyd. Had a lot of pictures he wanted me to take. That's Steve Houston for who's going to be one of the people who I interview. So if you've seen Pawn Stars, they call him in. Wow, what a familiar uniform. And no wonder people ask me if I wear the same clothes every day. Oh well.
Yeah, Aaron says like, yeah, that is crazy. I mean, that's like what you pay like in an airport for to get something to eat.
Yeah. There's Lacuna Coil. There's Christina Cascott, all of them right there. That was cool to meet them. Like I said, that was one of my goals, was meeting them, because like I said, they were the only the musicians that were there that I knew of. And then that's that. This is cool. Anyways, I try to take as many pictures as cosplay as I could.
Yeah.
And this
I do too whenever I'm at a convention.
Oh, this is that thing I should have because I uploaded it twice. Cool. Doctor Strange. Dude, the Starbucks line, the Starbucks were the same price as you get Starbucks, but man, they only had the one, and you had to wait in a line to get in that motherfucker. You know I had to have my coffee. There's Danhausen from AEW and Brody from them. And at first they wouldn't. They were gonna make me wait in a long line, but then they realized we were with Trauma, And he's like, we should have said something. I'm like, I didn't want to drop names. I'm leaving off standing in the booth. This was the other one. This video actually I didn't give you sound. So this was part of the booth that you had to wait in line for, and you got the email list. And when they did it, it was shaking. So the original video, it's shaking, and you're supposed to be doing like Kirk is. But they had this setup there. So it's a setup for Strange New Worlds. This was cool. I love their booth. And I took a couple of pictures of it. Because that's just, and you upload it as you're there. That's the Alex Roth booth. I was very disappointed. Oh, hold on.
Was he there?
No. And that's why I was disappointed. But
Is he going to be there this year? He'd be awesome. Also, like,
he would be very awesome. Almost.
He's probably like among artists. He's probably my all-time favorite. Like for like either DC or Marvel, because he's done for both, and he's
up there.
Everything he illustrates is like a Renaissance painting.
This is the picture I had somebody take as they were shooting it, what you just saw, and in the lower right there, you can see the little camera that zooms in on you. This was cool. And that's the that's one of the that's the models that they use for the shows. Let's see, this is a Trauma shirt. That's part of the Marvel booth. The Marvel booth was huge, man. I mean, like I said, if they wanted to ditch Hall H and just they show their shit there and just keep it on loop, I wouldn't be surprised. This was Fall of X that was being advertised at the time. This is J. Scott Campbell's booth. I ended up getting a chance to meet him. This year, I'm going to interview him if I can. This is me when I first got there. This is like I had to check in at the booth when I got there. That's me. I just got the badge. There's Gen V, which is a disgusting show. And that's me as I, first checking in. And that's me telling everybody that I'm going to be gone for Comic-Con. And I think that's it for me. And then this is my review. This is Cody's review for Oppenheimer.
Yeah,
This right here. This right here is the picture I took, the screenshot I took on my way to San Diego, because this is the weather in San Diego. This is the weather in San Diego, and I think I took a picture. And this is when I thought I had no chance in hell of getting anything signed, and that worked out great. I ended up selling the rest of these, but that was the one I really wanted. And I'm like, here, the Assassination Plot was my favorite run of the Todd McFarlane Amazing Spider-Man. This run includes all my all-time favorite cover, which is Amazing Spider-Man 223. I'm taking them with me to SDDC with almost zero chance of getting them signed. But who knows? I may get lucky, and I got more than lucky. I was so happy. And that's our promo for Oppenheimer before we left there. So there you go. So that's what I want to do this year, but way better. There's just a bunch of scattershot, images of me, opportunity. This year I have a plan. And what I want to know from you guys, like I said, is what do you want while I'm there? What kind of questions do you want me to talk to the Lego guy? Because even if I don't get like a star person in any of these panels, there's going to be somebody there that can answer questions. A DC person doesn't have to be Jim Lee. It can be a DC rep because they're standing there and they're answering questions. So we're going to be talking a lot. So, and I'm going to do some bribing. Like I've already bribed Robert Bryant. So, all right, let's hit the chat because I'm sorry I went through all that.
No, it's cool. It's cool. One of these days I need like show some of my photos from when I went to Tampa Comic Con back in 2015. I think the turnout was like 50,000, so it's about a third the size of San Diego, but still it was still huge. It's the biggest con I've ever.
Hey, like I said, get to a con. I tell everybody, I don't care if it's Mayberry Convention. I don't care if it's the San Diego Comic Con, New York Comic Con, Chicago. I don't care if it's Hazard County, Dukes of Hazard County Comic Con. Get to a convention, and that extends whatever it is you're into. If it's wrestling, if it's what, get to a place where you are surrounded by your people. It will lift you. It will lift you even after you're done. I'm still on a high from that convention, and I had stayed away from Comic Con because of the fact that it was just a clusterfuck. But these last 2 years, it's been easier to get in because of the strike. And what the strike did as far as movie scheduling goes, and B, as we go on, they're finding more ways to do this without having to jam up Hall H. And since a lot of that pressure is taken off, so but yeah, you go to a convention, it will lift you. And like I said, no matter how big it is, Tampa doesn't matter. Anyone, if you're in wrestling, get to a live event. Music, same way. You know how you feel when you go see a concert, when that euphoria when you leave out of there. You got that memory in your head. It can carry you for the rest of the year, man. And the same thing. As far as I know, most of the major games will be there. I know Blizzard was a bit. All of them were there. Like I said,
I really want to know.
Talking to a gaming novice, so
WB Games. I really want to know where they're going to finally announce Injustice 3, because that's been too long. Come on,
could be there. Yeah, everybody was saying Diablo for a while. I was searching for the fucking picture. Sorry. Yep, Blue Beetle's there. Let's see. Hello, Rhea. Rhea will be there this year.
Rhea will be there. Mr. Philip Barco will also be there.
She's not coming on our streams though, because you know what happened last time. You tried to take over my damn stream. Right here, sitting right here, fucking with me.
Come on, man.
Mr. President. I'm like, but no, I'm pretty sure we'll all be. I would. That would be a damn crime if all us three are down there and didn't find our way onto some of our own streams, each other's streams, or each other's coverage. I plan on, if I can get them down there. If we can, amidst the chaos, I'm planning on doing several streams from there. We'll do our live shows, by the way. We'll do a live show each night, just like I did last year, except they won't be shitty.
Yeah.
Last year it was just, where can I set up? The sound was horrible. You could still hear the roller coaster. It was not. It was cool that I was able to communicate what I was doing, but this year is going to be different. I bought different equipment this year. I also bought some sound deafening earphones too. You can search for TM. What's that? Oh, Ruthie got the Ruth got the. I keep on calling you Ruthie. Ruth got the membership. And welcome to the club, Ruthie.
Yeah, she also mentioned earlier that someone in the family. The way it was, she had to take up the like urgent care or something, because it was a broken ankle. They had to get a boot put on there. So wish him the best.
Yeah, I hope he's there. They say that he doesn't like going to convention because it takes him a long time to paint, and he has deadlines. So, all right. As long as I know he's not going to. All right. The best advice I read in the Facebook groups for SCZZ was to head to the second floor for the least traffic and the cleanest bathrooms. Yes. Not only for the cleanest bathroom, but a fucking bathroom you can actually get into. Holy shit. I'm like, this place is huge. And the bathrooms, I'm sorry, need to be closer together, man. I'm like, wow, dude, I'm going to pee in my pants. And then you finally get to a bathroom, you think there's no line. The bathrooms are huge. And so the lines are inside and wrapped around. I'm like, I can't even fucking see the stall. So, yeah. I walked out and somebody's like, hey, dude, next time go upstairs. And if you go upstairs, and I have pictures of that too, you can come down at different sections without having to, because that outside concourse is like you're gonna like pinballing your way through. Once you get inside the exhibit hall, you can forget it. You're gonna have to have some muscle to shove through, and then you're bumping up against cosplayers that got sharp shit and helmets and shit and swords and all kinds of stuff.
I think you're probably gonna run to Jimmy from Rebel Moon, like you said.
Yeah, no, if he's there.
Be careful about his antlers. And that's right before actually the director's cuts drops. So that'll be interesting too. If is Zach gonna have any kind of panel either for Rebel Moon or Twilight of the Gods?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Ray, we just looked at it, and the schedule's not out. And we're they got a month. They got a month, and they're already sold out. So who's messaging me? Why are people messaging?
Oh, Ray. God. She also said you had 17. You talk about that pretzel you guys showed that was like the size of like a whole pizza. That is that pretzel. It looked good, but man, that was like a 4-course meal. That one pretzel.
Yeah, that we saw at the movie.
Yeah. What was that for? That was that for Monkey Man, or was that the Fall Guy? What was that?
No, we went. We were at Rebel Moon.
Oh yeah, Rebel Moon. Yeah, if you haven't seen that, yeah, they were at the one of the early shows of Rebel Moon again. They got a pretzel like this freaking big.
I got a picture of that too because me and Clint got one from the previous ones, and me and Clint had to split it.
Split a pretzel.
It's fucking huge, dude.
Yeah, so
That's why I always use.
Yeah, I could eat a whole pizza. I was like, I hope, and I couldn't have eaten that pretzel by myself.
And it's not just huge; it's like a lot of bread, so that shit's expanding in your stomach. So yeah. All right, so we let's see, excellent cover. I'm trying to catch up to you guys because he's actually in Ohio, or it was in Ohio because I've gotten stuff from him. I think he's in Ohio. Well, like that's what his studio or his museum where I got the stuff and I had to contact him. It was in Ohio, so but he may be, who knows? I mean, I don't know, but still, I mean, get on a plane. Damn it, come on out for 4 days. I'm gonna bet. Of the over and under. I'm gonna bet the over that there might be at least 3.
Well, I mean,
there were some obscure cosplay there last year, dude.
Yeah, well, and the turnout's what, like 150,000. I mean, you get cosplays for damn near. If you can cosplay it, you're gonna get a cosplay at San Diego Comic-Con. Yeah, the one my favorite one. Oh, Rhea, shots fired.
Good. Maybe you can needle them.
But my favorite, I talked about this in the Vaga stream last night. But my favorite, because Tampa Con, that was a huge one I went to, and again, I mean, just so many amazing cosplays I saw there. My favorite one, again, this is like it's cool because it's cool when you can see people like get creative with like really low budget on their cosplay. And this one guy, he had previously with another guy, this is before Cobra Kai had even started, but they came in a couple of Cobra Kai outfits first. But then I ran into him later, and he said it was the first guy to understand what this was. I'll see if I can dig up the picture sometime and show it. But he was Jim Carrey in Liar Liar when he's wrestling around with trying to say the pen is blue, and he has the word blue written all over his face. As I got a picture of him like doing that with the pen. So that's my favorite. I think that's my favorite cosplay I've ever seen at any convention, because that's really creative, and it's really again, it's doing a lot with a little.
All right, I don't think I could ever go to SCC. It seems way too expensive to go. It is way too crowded. It is, and way too difficult to get in or get tickets for it.
Tickets, yeah. If you're not, you got to be like crouched over your keyboard, like and those tickets will like sell out within. Yeah, you got about like a 10-minute window, if that, for like once the tickets go on sale.
Yeah, and you can get them second market because there are people who can't go,
who scalp.
And what SDDC does is they distribute them out to secondary markets for a profit, and you just have to get them, but they are super expensive. Everything you're saying is right, RJ. Like I said, I got sponsored. This is my second year that I'll have sponsorship going, and then I hopefully whatever overlap with the support of the network and what we're doing right now, like just what we've been able to put together right now will help me through. But yeah, I suggest if you can get into a sponsorship, then that's the best way to do it, because you can eliminate all of those factors. But yeah, it's not easy to get into, and like I said, a lot of it is because of the chaos of Hall H.
Yeah. Well, and of course, I mean, like how much are tickets for the whole 4 days? How much do they go for? It's like 150. Isn't it?
A little bit more than that.
Okay, because Tampa, if memory serves, I think my ticket for that was the all 3 days. I think that was like $80-$90, something like that. So and like a lot of cons closer to me, they'll go for like I get like the whole weekend for like $40-$50. So I mean, obviously there's a scale in terms of what the ticket. But again, we talking about like ticket price. I mean, what William was saying there about seeing the tickets for like the whole event, that's just the ticket. And then you got to think about lodging, you got to think about travel,
and flight, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like when I went to Tampa. That was actually a graduation gift too from when I just graduated. My folks gave me the money for that. So all told, that was probably like about $1,000 I spent on that. So I'm sure it's probably you would spend at least twice that to get for San Diego.
That's
I mean, depending on like where you're going.
It's pretty expensive, like I said. And by the way, guys, I apologize in advance because we will be running ads and commercials during our coverage because I have some sponsors who will be buying ad time for our shows and our presentations. Throughout, that's one of the ways I'm able to go, and write it off. But like I said, if it was just me, just a fan, no, I would be in the same boat as you, RJ. Last year would have been the year to go. I mean, that was the year that, like I said, it wasn't as hard to get in.
Yeah, I've always
But
wanted
you
to
got to start early.
Yeah, I've always wanted to like get like a press badge for it, but I mean, haven't had the opportunity yet. But maybe one of these days. And Aaron, that's a good question here. Is New York Comic Con better if you can't go to San Diego? I don't know.
It's a pretty big It's a pretty New York.
Yeah, it's pretty big itself. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's probably in terms of size, it's probably second to San Diego. But I mean, it's like the difference is like, I mean, it's a photo finish. I mean, it's like that kind of difference.
Yeah. And there's a lot of announcements. Remember, that's the corporate headquarters of America. So there's a lot of announcements that are made at New York CC. So yeah. And I covered New York Comic Con. I haven't been there, but I've covered it because there was a lot of big news that came out there.
Yeah.
You never know, dude. You just have to start early. It all depends on how your channel is. Like I might qualify for a press one next year because maybe decides who knows. But I had a lot more control over what I'll be doing. With doing it this way versus last week, like I said, I spent half my time because Trauma brought me in. This year, I'm bringing me in, so it's a little bit different. I mean, I just have to make sure that I show our commercials and I honor our sponsorships, and we'll be all right. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff outside the convention, dude. That was my thing because I was going to San Diego for 4 days, no matter what. Just because I know how hot it's going to be here, and maybe 4 days without my organs internally boiling, I was going to go there. And there's so much stuff. That was one of my regrets last year. I mean, there was so much stuff that you could. There were people who came to con last year that never entered the building, and had a full 4 days. There was a lot of media types I know that have their own podcasts that I met that were just out there because guess what? Everybody comes outside, and some of the people that are there. Even the famous people, you can email them and say, "Hey, I couldn't get into the convention, but hey, can you come out?" And they do. I saw people doing interviews outside. There's a lot of parties, and a lot of these guys that are at the convention are going to things like that are not part of the con, but they're going to like the neighboring hotel and setting up their own, podium stuff there. So you can go there. Every place that's around there is involved in it. And doing something. There's art exhibits you can go to that are really kick-ass. So if you actually went down there and made it to San Diego during those 4 days, you could have a full 4 days even without getting in the building.
And I'll also take the opportunity to say anybody who you haven't been to the con, but you kind of want to get the feel of it. If you haven't seen and this also relates to a recent celebrity passing. Yeah, 2 pairs of walkie shoes ready. You did see Morgan Spurlock's documentaries, Comic-Con episode 4, A Fan's Hope. I think I mentioned this once recently. But
last night.
Give that a look because that was actually really. If I would say like it was covering the 2010 convention when he made that. So if you haven't gone or if you haven't had the chance to go. I would say that's kind of the closest thing. He follows like a couple different people's stories who have different things going on there. It's a really kind of on the floor experience. So that's probably the closest thing to being there if you're not actually there, as you see in that documentary. Is really, really well done. Morgan Spurlock, of course, left us far too soon.
See, all right. Our next topic is going to be A Quiet Place Part 2. We're going to go ahead and show the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't shown this one. I don't know if I haven't shown it.
The latest trailer probably is because it's had a few now.
So let's see. What was this one? This one was. Hold on for a second, because this one's pretty old. Okay, I'm gonna actually show both of them.
Okay.
Because they're relatively short. This time I'm ready with the trailer. Damn it.
Yeah, that looks pretty. I'm looking forward to that part where they all like fall through the skylight. I'm looking forward.
It would suck. All right, here's trailer 2.
You can't have a cat in here. It's a service cat.
Shelter in place. Await further instruction.
We can help each other. We have to get out of the city.
Or not getting out of this.
Oh, is that Wood Harris? I didn't know he was in the movie.
If we stay here, we die.
I have a plan.
It's the end of days. No more people. No more New York. No more nothing.
That looks
All
good.
right, Quiet Place Day 1 in theaters June 28th. But like I said, some of you lucky mofos here in this hot furnace of a city that I live in, but I'm not complaining. At least it's not raining. You guys are not only going to get a poster, but you're going to be there. Possible would be this Wednesday for an advanced screening. They are the sponsors for tonight's show. That looks good. I have not been disappointed in any of the installments in this series.
Yeah, I've
So,
enjoyed the series so far, really, quite a lot, and like the way the second trailer ended with them going through the spiral door. That's something I really enjoy too. With the way they said, the creatures they hunt by sound. So, the fact they always create, put characters in these situations where they have this means of escape, but it's like they have to risk creating noise to get away, and so it's really good. The series has been really good at building suspense that way. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what this next chapter of it is gonna be all about.
Yeah. Now, Phil, you had a Phil, did you
Yes.
get a media badge? Is that how you did it?
Yeah, is yours because you're right for Multiverse of Color, right? So you get a and Phil also because he's in California, so he does have the advantage of being able to drive there.
Yeah, in the north. Yeah, it's just that second trailer was intense.
Yeah.
Go well, please. Go. Yeah, they have hit 1,500 on the market,
Jeez.
and there were people they were putting out because there's still people that are buying tickets today. People are lying, telling people, "Oh, you can't buy them because it has to be you, this person. You can't resell." And they were saying that on the West on STDC, right? They're the ones that are selling some of them to and yes, what ends up happening is when you the people who are buying them on second market, they once you make the purchase, like they say to a StubHub, they transfer the registration to you so that it matches. And when you get your badge, it matches your registration. So you don't have to worry about that. And they're guaranteed. So yeah, 1,500, yeah. That's way wow, holy shit. But yeah, I'm looking forward to going. But yeah, Phil, this is your first time. This is really kind of cool.
Oh, he also clarified these flying.
Yeah, so am I. I think I'm going to fly, but mine's an hour flight. Phil's up in the north, so I still think it's only an hour flight for you too, Phil. It's like what, an hour and a half?
So you basically just take off and land.
Yeah, and get your peanuts, and then and yeah, a lot of the schedule has not been revealed. We just went on there now. We just don't know.
That's kind of surprising, don't they? Like what was it revealed by this point last year?
I didn't look.
Okay.
I honestly didn't look because I didn't think I'd have enough time to do anything, and I ended up having time. They look like a bootleg Cloverfield kaiju. Oh wow, dude, that's not cool.
Hey, for William, that's an insult. Comparing anything to Cloverfield.
Not found footage.
Phil says they don't reveal any.
What? Poor me. All right. How about me? I mean, what? So they find a couple barrels from the mob because there's no water in Lake Mead. We'll be all right. You know what won't be all right? My entire roof that flooded and damn near electrocuted me and shorted out half my store. How about that? What about me? Huh? Hey, well, no. What about the holes in my Cuban Missile Crisis era roof? How about me, RJ? Huh? How about my house leaking right over my bed? So I had to get that shit fixed that day. How about me?
So Phil says they don't reveal anything until early to mid-July most of the time. Okay, so it's kind of a normal then with where it's at right now as far as.
I know Todd McFarlane's going to be there. I know Todd McFarlane because he announced he's going to be there.
Some people too, as far as like guests and like media and celebrity personalities. I mean, some of them tend to kind of be a given. Like what Stan Lee was up until probably the last 2 years of his life. I mean, he was a regular there. I mean, it's like it was like it was expected he would be there, and he was
there when it was just he was there when it was at the Omni, when it was just like a little small auditorium. I remember seeing. I never thought in 1988 when I think that was my first convention when I first went in 1988 that from that little thing that what it was that it would and it had been around since the 70s. Yeah, I never thought it would go to be, but comic book movies change everything. Dead Period premieres during Comic-Con. William, are you going to try to see it there or wait till you get home? It depends on what the schedule is. Like right now, I'm setting up interviews that will take place before, on, and during Comic-Con. So some of the interviews and stuff that I'm setting up may take place after Comic-Con, in which case I may do what I did with Oppenheimer. And as soon as I got off the plane, actually no, because I got Game of Thrones. As soon as I get off the plane, I got to get here. I might go after Game of Thrones. But if I get the opportunity to see it, and because there might be an advanced screening because the people we work with do screenings all over the country. So I might go to an advanced screening there in San Diego. I'm not sure. I got to see what's going on. Yeah, that's and I'm seeing the movie that Deadpool is in, just so I can see the TVAs. Ooh, wow, that could be true. That's a dig at late '90s, early 2000 bands, and yeah, that would make them not want to hear sound. It's an hour and a half. Yeah, mine from Vegas to San Diego is 45 minutes.
Oh.
An hour and a half is not that bad.
Going back to this, it's like, if that's the case, the way to defeat them would be like just show Mars attacks, like play like the really bad music and just make their heads explode.
Oh, what were they playing? What was the song that they played?
Oh yeah, what was that? It was like I forget what it was, but it was like some kind of
That
like
was so
blues
fun.
or it was blues or like some kind of like polka or something. That was like that's the joke. It's like they can't beat the Martians any other way, but just like make their heads explode with horrible music.
Yeah, the heat. Like I said, I'm used to the heat. It's hot now. I'm in here with a little cooler. It's 111 degrees. But guess what? Nothing's caving in. Nothing's getting damaged. I don't have buckets all over where I go. My customers can get to me because the roads aren't washed out. Because in Vegas, it only takes an inch. I listen. I don't care. I'm sorry. Lake Mead, find another way. I don't care. All right, and I'm hoping that last year was one of those ones. Like I said, we had a hurricane off the coast.
I think William froze.
Those great, I saw me freeze.
Oh, there you go.
One of those grandkids, what I can just say, hey, grandkids, this is you want to know how fucked up 2023 was? Let me show you, and it never happens again. So, okay, you're about to get bad. Actually, you know what? And Justice for All being the best one, but the Black Album, dude. I mean, after the Black Album, you have a case, but you're the Black Album. Tell Las Vegas landowners and building contractors to build better buildings don't crash under the pressure of the rain. I mean, that's too late, dude. They weren't thinking about that when the majority of these houses were built. And it really doesn't matter about the houses. It's the infrastructure, it's the gutters, it's the drainage system. And they're not rebuilding. They knocked this building down before they ever rebuild it. So, yeah, no more rain. I mean, I'm not saying no more rain like last year. If we have our normal rain, I'm okay. That shit last year that traumatized me. I need to sit in like a group therapy for that shit. All the money that cost me. Okay, last topic of the day, the night. One of the a group that formed. It probably would have formed anyway because who knows how long Nirvana would have lasted, and a lot of these groups end up forming other groups anyway.
Yeah.
But the Foo Fighters formed a little bit sooner than they probably would have. Because
and by the way, real quick, Ruth has mentioned multiple times on Twitter that this is Foo Fighters one of her favorite bands. So it's unfortunate she's having to miss the show tonight, but I'll let her know that this was the the album of the night, and say, okay, this is the replay you want to do, Ruth, as far as like the album for this week.
Yeah, and Film Junkie, because I remember I was on,
I
wasn't on I was watching Film Junkie live when the
news
away.
I remember seeing that and that was like during a vodka stream. He got like an hour into it, and it just hit him so hard he wanted to call it.
He didn't even get an hour, wasn't it? It was like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was the shortest one he's done. Yeah.
It was in the chat. Somebody had brought it up in the chat, and he didn't believe it. And I think he looked somewhere, and he saw it, and it was just he had guessed it. I mean, he changed his whole show changed. That's his favorite band.
Yeah, one of mine
too. This band's put out some real good stuff. They're considered a post-grunge band. They formed in 1994. This was a project he was working on even before while he was with Nirvana, but I don't think it would have kicked it into the gear because Nirvana was still active. They had just released In Utero a year before, so they were still an active band. Probably would have taken up a good point. I don't know where Kurt Cobain's addiction. I don't know how much longer he would have lasted. Because he was suicidal to begin with. He was dealing with ulcers. He was dealing with pain. He was doing a lot. But some of the songs of this group, I mean, I was going to focus on their original album, but as you bring up their album, there's a lot of songs that come out The Color of the Shape, in my opinion, is their best album. It has each one of their albums has a really kick-ass song that I love on it. Everlong from Color and the Shape, Learn to Fly from There's Nothing Else to Lose, All My Life, One by One, The Best of You, my favorite Foo Fighters song, period. Is someone getting the best? I mean,
In fact,
there's just a lot of I'll Stick Around. I'll Stick Around is from the original album from Foo Fighters. Let's see some of the ones. Big Me was from the original one. That was one with the Mentos commercial. Times Like These, that's my second favorite song. That's off of One by One. I did not appreciate just how complete a musician Dave Grohl was until he formed this band. Because I didn't realize he was really good on just about every instrument. It wasn't just the drums. And how big a part of Nirvana, because when I think of Nirvana, I think of Kurt Cobain. I think of the songwriting, I think of Kurt Cobain. You don't realize how big a part him and Dave Novoselic was. That's the bassist who retired from music and went into politics. You just don't realize just how much of a third of the music, he was until until you see, this is bullshit, until you see him, in Foo Fighters. I probably should have had a better understanding of that. But like I said, it was overall a Slim Whitman song. That's right. Yeah, and it was a yodeling type of song. That was hilarious. But when he was with Nirvana, it was everybody. It was Nirvana eclipsed everything. What was going on, and then but yeah, once you start to hear, his voice, he has a perfect voice for this type of music. His songwriting ability, you look at Nirvana's songwriting and some of the stuff that was abstract. His was, I could go along with just about everything he put out, and like every one of their albums, there was at least 2 or 3 songs out there that kind of just stick with you, and they were very good at videos too. It just looked like he was having a lot of fun post 1995. So, but yeah, I remember David Letterman. David Letterman loves this band too, because when David Letterman almost died, he had to go through the heart procedure. Somebody played that song for him, and Everlong was the song that they played for him. And when David Letterman went off the air, the very last musical guest, this is Dave Letterman, who's been on for 30 years, big guy. You know who Dave Letterman is. Just imagine, somebody up there with the likes of Carson and Leno like that, right? You being the very last performance that they end their run with. And he had them perform Everlong as the last thing, as the Late Show with David Letterman was going off here. And I thought that was cool. But I've always, since day one, I've been a big fan of Foo Fighters. I've been a big fan of their music. A tragedy that happened, obviously, with the passing of their drummer, age 50, too young to be gone. I don't know. I never really looked into the causes of what killed him, because it really didn't matter, to be honest with you. He's gone. And I know a lot of times that how a person dies, whether it be drugs or anything like that, a lot of times that overshadows things. I'm like, what do I care how he died? He's not coming back. It's not like I get like a video game where I get a second life at him. But he had been with the band for a very long time. I am surprised that they went back. It's good that they did, but I'm surprised that they went back to touring and everything after that, because that's a big. He was on tour with them when they passed. I think he was in Brazil when they passed away. But yeah, Learning to Fly was like I said, and I love the video for Learning to Fly. But yeah, let's see, Indian Love Call by Aaron looked that up. Did you know that right offhand, Aaron, or did you look that up? I'm just imagining her singing that song with her Australian accent. So yeah, pretty. That's it. I've covered all my topics. Now I've reached a moment of truth. You still there, Brad? Is Brad gone? Really? Good. Reach the moment of truth. And do I really want to go ahead and do this? Do I really want to go ahead and drop the link? I'll go ahead and drop the link. Fuck it. Copy. Please don't make me regret this. There we go. And I'll bring in people. Like I said, it won't be as long as we're usually on for because I got some equipment thing I got to get ready for our Game of Thrones screening tomorrow. And I have to test it using equipment that I'm talking to you on. I also, it's also really hot. It's 111, and I'm fighting it with this cooler that's been
111. Oh my
111.
god!
Yeah, it's come down a little bit, but I'm on the top floor, so the heat just
Rises.
It just
Right.
sticks with
Right.
me. Yeah, and I go through this little. Like I said, Castro was still running Cuba when this building and this roof was built.
Okay.
And they were not thinking about a hurricane. I'm pretty sure when they built anything in Vegas, hurricane was not on the bingo card. So
Mhm.
when we got one in those 2 weeks afterwards, and then it rained more in the last 6 months than it did in 10 years in Vegas. And it's just we weren't built for that. And yeah, so like I said, now I got to get an air conditioning unit replaced because you can't rebuild it. It's been rebuilt over and over again. There's some parts in there from when NASA was in its first couple of years of putting satellites into space, and that's not a joke. My AC guy got up there and took pictures of it and said when he came down, yeah, he was nodding and saying, "Dude, you're gonna have to replace all this shit."
Austin.
Oops.
There. How's it going, Austin?
What's up, guys?
Austin or Alien, I should say.
Either one. Yeah. So,
He was here doing that, man. I don't know how much it damage do, but I know it fucked me.
we were fine. I mean, we kind of needed it. RJ mentioned Lake Mead.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Do not come on this show. That's going to come on the ban list. That's going on the ban list. Right? If you come on this show, I don't care if you live here or not. I don't care if you live in Australia. I don't care if you live in London. I don't care if you live in outer fucking space. If you come in here after the thousands of dollars and me sitting in this heat, all the damage and all the flooding that I've been through in every walk of life that I've been here in this city, and you tell me, we needed that? That's like those crazy people that come here and say it's hot enough for you. No, it's not hot enough for me. And I said you were fired. How hot it's not for me. Don't ever say those words.
This guy.
I got buckets.
What do you mean this guy? You're the one who fucked up.
Bro.
And I still got buckets because I was filling them 5 gallons at a time. When it was going
you are
crazy.
in one of the oldest buildings, like little centers in downtown Vegas. Like, yeah, you're gonna have some issues. I was fine.
All right, somebody say something different that doesn't have to do with weather.
So anyway, about
Different. Something
Comic-Con.
different. There you go.
Twisters. Let's talk about Twisters.
No, let's not. Let's not.
Because if I get tornadoes here, I'm leaving. If I get one tornado here, I'm gone. I can't. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
agree with you there.
Well, Twisters.
I was safe from hurricanes.
I didn't want Twisters unless Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt were involved. So
yeah, and of course one of those is sadly not possible. And it's
but then the other one offered to do the sequel, and then the studio was like, "Nah."
Yeah,
and then they did
that movie. Yeah, that movie was. I can't believe that movie was the biggest hit that it was. I didn't think. I mean, a movie about tornadoes. Like, okay, but it came out, and Glenn Powell is pretty marketable, but he's not Bill Paxton. I mean, it's just sometimes it doesn't matter who you get. The spirit of the movie sometimes is the people that like I said, Bad Boys, and we were talking about earlier tonight with Men in Black. Men in Black was the chemistry between those two. I wouldn't see Bad Boys again if it wasn't Martin Lawrence and Will Smith. I couldn't see them ever doing it, but.
Right.
You know, it's a tough one. It's a tough call.
Did you see Richard Linklater's Hitman yet?
I was gonna watch that probably tomorrow.
It's really good.
I saw your review. Yeah.
That's on Netflix. That's on Netflix, right?
Yeah, it's on Netflix. Yeah. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Netflix one actually was the Netflix one that was I'm going to try to pull that up as soon as I can, but also the Netflix one that kind of had my attention this weekend also was a Trigger Warning, which we'll probably pull that up pretty shortly here with Jessica Alba, because she's kind of a
why?
Because it's
been described.
Well, I mean, I'm going to plead the fifth on that. But there's also, I mean, it's literally been described as like First Blood meets John Wick, so it's like, okay. And the
I like
trailer.
Jessica Alba.
Do those need to
I
meet?
want to watch
Do those
the
ever
first
need to
movie.
meet?
I watched Machete.
Yeah, but she got shortchanged on the second one so much.
I don't think I even saw the second one.
The second one is and
Yeah,
then
with Mel Gibson
is as a villain. Yeah, that's when he was
Yeah.
kind of starting kind of coming back, and
Right.
it's and they had it ends. Well, okay, maybe. Well, it's 11 years later. I mean, is it really a spoiler? If you but it ends like with a setup for like Machete, because they had the first one. They had the Machete will return, and Machete kills in space, or Machete kills again in space or something.
Right.
And then it ends with like a setup for
They
Machete.
still
kills
might
again in
do it.
space.
Apparently, there's still talks. Of
Yeah,
them,
yeah,
possibly.
yeah. I would be there for it because I do really like Machete. Let's go, Clint.
What up?
I finally finished this quest. Thank fuck. Anyway,
What are you playing?
Final Fantasy 16.
Hey,
I've never
maybe if we
played
get
any of
enough
the
rain,
Final
we can
Fantasy
grow
games.
pineapples.
What?
If we get enough rain, we can grow
Desert
pineapples.
pineapples.
I've never. I can't
pineapple.
understand like this hatred for pineapples that has just
Pineapples are
come out of nowhere.
fucking disgusting, Brad. That's why.
Oh, come on, man.
I mean, look,
Yeah.
I think probably my exception is a pineapple upside down cake with the cherry and all that. I do enjoy that.
I like to turn it upside down and drop it into the trash.
There you go. Yeah. William and I are in lockstep on that. That's what
And you put it on pizza. Then I got these people who put it on pizza. Like last week, we were doing Game of Thrones, and
No, that's not right. That's not right.
we ordered pizza. We had pizza, and I'm like, I made the
That's not
mistake
okay.
of saying, one of them ordered a pineapple on pizza, and then motherfuckers didn't even eat that pizza. They ate the one with the real stuff on it. And here I got 3 pieces, and I'm like, I can't peel this stuff off because once you cook pineapple into something, it
The
ruins
juice.
it.
You're right. Well,
Yeah.
and the juice flows into exactly. And everything.
Okay. Rhea, all right. See, yeah, I might have to.
Then come on here and defend it, Rhea.
Yes, well, let's have a
I just
pineapple
need
people-
war.
William to discuss a band topic for it to be a show.
We already discussed all of them. We pretty much discussed.
Well, apparently I can talk about Good Burger again with us being removed because
You
William's like,
just
oh
sound
no,
silly.
There is.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
look, I'm grape nose boy, blue bitty, blue bitty.
I'm glad
I
to hear
really-
it made somebody laugh.
Listen, if I could suffer through 5 scary movies and Meet the Spartans for charity,
Oh,
it's
for
like,
crying out loud. Okay, Meet the Spartans, I understand.
You're
But don't you
comparing.
dare.
You're comparing that to Good
Scary
Burger.
movies
That's-
are really
I
not that
even I
bad,
can-
especially like 1 through 3. They're really fun.
but I could do that, but you can't do like one charity showing for Good Burger, man.
I mean, I could if I really wanted to. I'm just not saying I'm.
I mean, I
immediately
sat
jumping
through
at
5
the
minutes to
opportunity.
Meet the Spartans. I guess I could sit through 5
You
minutes.
also sat through Howard the Duck.
Yeah,
But
apparently we
paid
were
to see
going
that.
to
Well, I
do
didn't
that
pay. The old man, the old man paid to see that back in '86, and that ruined our trust, our father-son trust of me getting to pick the movie. That fucked that up for a good 3 or 4 years. So
Oh
No,
no!
I
When
didn't.
Howard the Duck on, he made sure there were customers. Quote unquote.
I had very hardcore religious parents and stuff. So the movie that did that fucked up my picking the movie was The Other Guys. I thought I was gonna get away with it because it was PG-13 and it was like right on the edge at that time. And my mother was not very happy.
PG-13
But I
is a
loved
sham
it.
rating.
That was
PG-13 was a sham rating. That was
Right.
that was created so that the teenagers didn't have to drag their parents to go see Red Dawn. That's all that was. Because if you watch
Well,
Red
no,
Dawn, that was not PG-13.
No, it was it was created. I mean, it was created at like it was in '84, like right after Gremlins and Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom
Well,
came
I
out,
thought
and
Red Dawn was the first PG-13.
it was. Yeah, it was.
Red Dawn was.
Yeah, that doesn't
Steven-
mean it.
Steven
That doesn't mean it's not
Spielberg?
beyond PG-13, but
Yeah. Right. I mean, the Indiana Jones movies had the dude's face melting off.
You got
and
the
crazy
heart
little
ripped out.
PG.
That got
Yeah.
Red Dawn.
Gremlins
But
was
the
the
industry-
catalyst for PG-13.
The industry only backed him on that because they had the Brat Pack. If the Brat Pack weren't making movies in the mid '80s, Steven Spielberg would have just had to, lighten up on his movies because even the studios at the time did not want him pressing it to the point where people didn't want to go, families didn't want to go see Indiana Jones. I mean, you got a guy ripping a beating heart out, it's precedent. But when Red Dawn came out, they're like, okay, we got Charlie, we got the Sheens in there, we got We got C. Thomas. We got all these people at the height of
Judd Nelson
of the Tiger. All those people. We can't have that R-rated movie. But I'm sorry, when the opening of Red Dawn is, like I said, kids getting shot point blank, dead bodies hanging out the window,
graphically shot point blank.
Yeah, remember the teacher? Hey, I'm here to talk people. Wow, they whack his ass. And then they're like, they're killing people throughout. There's rape implied in that movie. There's firing lines. I'm like, yeah, you guys did that just so that it was a sham rating. And if you look at PG-13, it's always been pretty much it's R that your kids can go to without being scarred. But that's all that.
Well,
was.
now it's like
the money.
Nowadays it's not even like, I don't think it means anything for most whoever. I mean, like I've said multiple. I think like at least half of the MCU could be PG. I think like Ant-Man movies. I think probably all the Guardians of the Galaxy. Probably.
I don't even know why there's 13. I mean, when I was 13, I had already been watching, like I said, horror shit for 6-7 years already.
I mean, in fairness, I watched Terminator and Scream at age 6.
Right.
So,
God.
I saw Friday the 13th movies in the movies. As a kid.
Yeah.
7
All right.
Well, because my dad, like I said, he didn't mind as long as we didn't demonstrate, the build, like we were going to act like Jason. If he saw me running around with axe, then it would have been like, okay, we can't do that anymore. Right. But it was a context thing. It was like the same thing he explained to me when, like I said, animals would die on screen. He'd be like, you know what? There's 10 dogs. There's 10 stunt dogs. That dog's okay. Stop crying. And it was the same thing when it came to horror movies and all that. As long as I knew when we left the theater that Jason was not real, then we were good. But I know kids that were like living down on base housing that couldn't even see, a PG movie half the time. Their parents were strict as hell, and it was like mine was just cool that way. I grew up in a household.
What about the killings in the Cannibal Holocaust movie, William? How do those affect you?
Oh, jeez. Don't even get me started on that. That would make me feel dirty the first time I saw it.
I was 7 when I saw that.
Oh, God. You're 7 seeing Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah, I was at a relative's house. And he was Air Force, and he would go back and forth and get all these foreign. This was back when the days of VHS was like beta was like brand new, but the military could just get the shit. And I saw it, and it was brutal. But I saw that after I had seen Friday the 13th Part 2. So it was like, I mean, this was kind of cheesy.
Which one is your favorite?
Part 3. Friday the 13th Part 3 in 3D. One of the great 3D movies ever made, period, in any era, and which puts Jaws 3 to fucking shame because that movie came out in the vicinity of what Friday the 13th was doing. And for the amount of, they spent way more money on Jaws 3, and I got a stop motion shark that stopped in the middle of the screen.
I can understand that. I think for me, mine's probably Part 6.
Chappy.
Hey guys.
Oh, the where he gets the lightning, where he gets
Jason Lives.
Arnold Horshack.
My favorite is definitely the remake from 2009. That one's definitely that was my favorite.
That
first words out your mouth are blasphemy.
That one utilizes elements from the first 3 movies and kind of blenders them into one.
Yeah, it mixes up like the first 3 movies, but it does it like in the best possible way.
That's debatable.
I'm with you on that one, Shabby.
I think
both of y'all need to get the hell out of here.
But then I'm someone who likes the Rob Zombie Halloweens over the original Halloween. So
I like Halloween too. I like Rob Zombie's Halloween
That is the hottest take I've heard in years.
All the Carpenter ones are boring and drab, and I miss that boat, that train. I'm not saying the Rob Zombie ones are good. I'm just saying they're entertaining to where I can rewatch those.
Hold on, I'm pausing my game because that's blasphemy. You did not. You did not just down talk and put shame on the legendary John Carpenter. That man fucking solidified horror, slasher horror. Oh my God. John Carpenter is a mad scientist genius. Halloween is like the greatest slasher of all time. Yeah. Rob Zombie did a decent, and I'm being nice there, effort with trying to remake the first film. But it doesn't hold a candle to what John Carpenter did with that first movie. I'm sorry. I reject your premise.
Yeah.
Rob Zombie kept going. That was the worst part. He kept.
I recognize that John Carpenter's is the best version. It's a classic. I'm just saying, as far as entertainment wise,
better than Halloween. Halloween 2.
Rob Zombie ones. That's it.
He only did the second one because they couldn't get anyone else to do the second one. He says, if I do the second one, I'm out of my contract. And Dimension and Disney went, all right, fine.
Yeah, and he's also said that wasn't like the
yeah, he had to battle with like the Weinstein brothers.
Yeah,
like,
Weinstein, which I mean that's as much fun as it sounds.
That's wild.
Bob Iger called him up after seeing the first trailer for the first movie and said, "This is the worst fucking thing I've ever fucking seen." And then the movie came out, and then the numbers came in, and then Bob Iger called Rob Zombie again and said, "This is the greatest fucking thing ever." Bob Iger,
Bill,
Internet
you're
Film,
thinking
2007.
about,
Everybody.
Bob Weinstein.
No, I'm not. No, I am. These are
That's
words
not
from
Bob
Rob
Iger,
Zombie.
That's Bob Weinstein.
No, it's Bob Iger. These are words from Rob Zombie's mouth himself.
Yeah.
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 Look it up.
Look, because he's gone on record saying it's like, you know, he went into doing that, you know, as an aficionado of the original, but it's like it was just like such a chore to get through both of those for him.
And at the time, Disney owned Dimension Films, which was co-owned by the Weinstein Company. So that's why Bob Iger was in the conversation.
Yeah, but it's a fourth. Yeah, that's especially after we had the They Live watch party, man. It's like you're coming in like this Carpenter. What the hell, man?
Yeah,
that is like that is the hottest take I've heard in a long
Halloween
time.
is one of those movies where you recognize you recognize what it did for slasher movies and you praise it for that. But when you watch it, you have to slip into its shoes on its own terms to get into it. And I missed that train.
You're stunning.
I've learned that. I've learned that when the walrus visits me, I have to.
Yeah, Blue Blood and Honey over here.
But see, that was what it was supposed to be. But
and you like the worst version of Blade Runner, as by the director and other directors.
Okay, now I'm sure that fourth is just.
Yeah, you're. Are you high right now? What are you on right now?
The version where Harrison
right now,
Ford, the version where Harrison Ford talks.
The final cut is the best version.
No.
RJ.
That version is terrible.
Yeah, you
I don't know why he let me live.
Yeah, you came aboard like right during like the hottest of hot takes.
You just came in. You literally your mission tonight was just.
Here's a question for you all.
I came to save the stream.
Hey, William.
Well, we all know
why. William, I want to ask you, do you think with this whole like Blade fiasco, like if it doesn't turn out well, like do you think they would bring back Wesley Snipes for like a fourth Blade movie instead?
No.
You don't think so?
Absolutely.
Especially not with like all the legacy sequels happening.
He's too old. Number one. Number two. No one wants to work with him after Blade 3. Number 3, he's too fucking old. There's no way.
Listen.
But Mahershala Ali is really old.
No, guys.
He's not as old as Wesley Snipes. Wesley Snipes is almost in his 70s.
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying
they'll bring
think
back
bigger for a
Nicole
second,
Kidman
guys.
for Plastic Magic. So I'm just saying, if you're
Here's what you do. You go to Disney Plus and you're like, Kevin Feige, we're going to bring back Sticky Fingers and we're going to do a Blade MCU TV show.
No, don't do that.
Say no. He's like, I want to keep my job. No,
There's plenty of good candidates for a Blade movie other than Mahershala Ali. I think he's
But
too
why
old.
is it taking him so long to like? What the heck's the problem, man? Like,
All
what's
right,
up?
here's the thing. Here's the thing. This movie wouldn't be happening if
it wasn't for Mahershala Ali.
Yeah, Ali. Yeah, he came to them.
Because I'm trying. I know you people would want to tell me otherwise, but when I went to go, no, Blade is not synonymous with a comic book movie for people who saw it back when it came out. Like I told you, I sat in theaters full of people several times, and nobody. I was explaining to them, yeah, it's a comic.
Well,
book.
Blade is the movie that saved the
Blade is
comic book
bigger than a
genre.
comic
No,
book
it
movie.
wasn't. No, it wasn't. No,
It was
wasn't.
Blade and it was X-Men back to back.
No, it was X-Men and it was Spider-Man. It was not.
No, it was Blade.
Nobody
X-Men,
knew what the
and
fuck
Spider-Man.
Blade was.
It was that
Nobody
trio.
knew what the fuck Blade was. Right?
But I'm saying that trio of movies is what saved it, William. It was Blade,
No, it
X-Men,
didn't, because you
Spider-Man.
can't see something you can't even associate with the genre saved anything. Black folks went to go see Wesley Snipes because it was Wesley Snipes. That was his decade. That was his time. He could have shit on the sidewalk. We were going to see it because we only had 3 or 4 people.
No, people wanted to go see it because
that
it
were
was cool,
headlining.
but it was also a comic book movie, though.
Nobody knew that. You can't promote something that nobody knows.
Dude,
Kevin,
no,
hold on.
The comic book movie, but it was like a fantasy type of action film.
Kevin Feige even said recently, like, it doesn't matter if anyone knows the character. All that matters is you make a cool fucking movie. Nobody gave a fuck about the Marvel logo being on it.
100%. Thank you.
It was
100%.
Wesley Snipes was, like I said, that was.
But I'm just saying, it shouldn't be that hard to write a good Blade movie.
If anything,
it's taking you like 5
the Marvel
writers.
logo on it.
Hold on, one at a time. That's one at a time.
Okay, so address this in the chat, William. What's a more popular property, Blade or Fantastic Four?
Fantastic
Four. I can't even believe you seriously act. Okay.
No. I saw Azteca in the chat believes that Blade's more popular than Fantastic Four.
Because he's trolling me too. It's the fourth effect. I'm being trolled on all levels.
Popular amongst general audience of moviegoers?
Yes. There are
argue.
people who will. I know I can take Fantastic Four out onto the strip, and people are going to know that even if it's vaguely.
But the thing with Fantastic Four is
if I take Blade and I don't have Wesley Snipes attached to it, if I took a comic book of Blade, one of the many canceled ones because the
black dude in a long trench coat with sunglasses, that's a lot of characters.
There you go. Nobody's going to attach that to
aside from Morpheus, who else?
The thing with Fantastic,
aside from Morpheus from the Matrix.
Oh,
even the Matrix made a lot of people. More people know,
and that came out 2 years after. That came out a year after Blade. Wait, two?
Yeah,
one
came in less than a year. That was like
1999 was the first.
99. Yeah.
So, I think if it wasn't for Mahershala Ali, we wouldn't even be talking about a Blade movie.
Right.
We just wouldn't be talking about a Blade.
But I'm just saying, it shouldn't be that hard to write a good Blade movie. Like, why haven't it taken you like 5 writers? Like, Jesus.
I don't know.
Christ.
Like, I'll be honest. The last writer they had, I thought was the guy that
Michael Green.
Michael Green.
And, Blue-Eyed Samurai, and I thought, okay, that should work. Blade Runner.
But you say if it wasn't for Mahershala Ali, nobody would be talking about a Blade movie. What did they just announce? A Blade movie?
No, literally. Okay, so Mahershala Ali. After this is another thing too. When you have Mahershala Ali,
even Academy Award winner,
after winning his Oscar, going to Marvel and saying, "Hey, I'm 2-time Academy Award winning actor. I want to make Blade." They're like, "Okay."
They said
yes. That's how it happened. He approached them.
How it happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
That is literally how it happened.
was like, I want to make a Blade movie, and they're like, "Yes, we'll make a Blade movie."
This is just like Jamie Foxx wanted to be Spawn, and then that never happened.
Well, no, but that's a little different. Because McFarlane's trying to get that off the ground. It's like
but he wants to direct it. That's the problem. If Todd McFarlane would just get someone else to direct the movie, then it probably would get made.
He needs to let Blumhouse do their thing. I don't think Kevin Feige really wants to be honest with you. If Kevin Feige wanted this movie to happen and it was top of mind, it would be happening right now. Especially now that he's got full control over.
But why haven't they not canceled it?
I think
because there's no need to. It can cancel itself pretty much.
Well, I think also too. Okay, how do I put it this way?
Why be the bad guy that says Mahershala Ali, your movie's canceled when it can just run its course and probably not happen anyway?
Maybe they're waiting for the right amalgamation of like director and somebody else to step up and take the helm of the project.
Well, I think also too, at least Marvel Studios has never had a public blunder with a film like this before, to where I feel like if they were to cancel it, it'd be a little bit of a black eye, and they really don't want that.
It can be explained away because a lot of the stuff.
Because they had
a lot of the stuff was,
What was that one show that failed? That was supposed to be a movie.
Eternals,
Inhumans.
Yeah, but that was a different.
Eternals was another one.
That got reworked into a TV show because corporate stuff going on at the time with.
But I think they learned a big lesson with that. I think it's either this happens soon or it's not going to happen.
I don't think we're going to make it.
And be honest with you,
before Blade, we get the news that Blade's canceled.
I respect Mahershala Ali as an actor. He's a brilliant actor, 2-time Academy Award winner. If Blade doesn't happen, I'm not gonna lose 1 second of sleep over it because I don't think it fits in what's coming, or else it would have been part of it. I think I want them to.
The only thing we got on Mahershala Ali was that voice in Eternals. That's it.
Which was a stupid move, by the way.
Yeah.
You have a character that nobody knows who pretty much your general.
That voice means
doesn't
nothing
know who the fuck it is, and you're just not even gonna give me his face.
Yeah, I
could tell it was a last minute addition via reshoots too.
Well, and even if it's just been like, even if they don't actually show, if they just showed like a guy in silhouette with a trench coat and like the hilt of his sword sticking up, people would be able.
That would still been like, who the fuck is that?
But still, but
show
it
him
very
completely, and then I can be like, "That's Blade." You know,
the closest thing we got was what's that actor from Resident Evil that looked like Blade that was supposed to be Wesker?
Oh,
Lance Reddick.
There you go. That's his name. Yeah, that's the closest we got to Blade.
Apparently, his last role is going to be
Kite Man. He's gonna be in Kite Man. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
he's Lex Luthor in that.
Hell yeah.
Did you guys see
Stupid name, by the way.
the new Snyder news? Or
No,
I'm
not on Twitter, so no, I don't see anything new anymore.
Well, I don't know if
Planet of the Dead.
It's nothing big. Nothing. Doesn't even have to do with comic books. It's not on the banned list, so don't worry. Apparently, you guys know the UFC does a lot of fights in Saudi Arabia.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So they were in Saudi Arabia. Dana White and I have no idea who this dude was, but some Saudi Arabian
it's not
sponsor.
related to Justice League, William.
It's some Saudi Arabian sponsor or something. He's the guy that runs it over there, and he was saying he's friends with Zack Snyder, and he wants to make a Cinderella Man type UFC.
Yeah, he wants Zack Snyder to make a big budget UFC movie.
He wants Snyder to make it and direct it. And Dana White was standing right there next to him. So
they're trying to push Zack Snyder to make it into a UFC movie for promotion stuff.
Yeah, I saw it. Which again, that's not like I mean, that's not saying it's it's greenlit, but that is. But that
right,
that
nothing official, but I could see that happening. I mean,
yeah,
I
the only
surprised.
the only thing about that as far as the news aspect of it is if you're as familiar with MMA and UFC as I am, it's Dana White is not well liked in that world. So I would hope that if this does actually happen, they kind of keep their distance from him.
Yeah. I mean, I went to school with Dana White's kids.
Oh, really?
That'd be weird. But I have a question: does the banned list apply to this panel conversation or no?
I think it applies.
What?
I don't. I'm numb. I'm numb to this point.
Well, I'm
Planet of the Dead. He's back working on Planet of the Dead. So that
he is.
Yeah. Well, that's another one. I don't know if I'd even
call
that.
Doing that?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd even necessarily call that news because it's somebody asked him on Vero and he said, "Yeah, I'm working on that." So it's
well, I think some people might have thought he might be working on Rebel Moon 3. I don't personally think so, but
no, I doubt we'll get a Rebel Moon 3 unless how we see the director's cuts off.
Nothing.
Those director's cuts need to literally be
I wouldn't say yay or nay yet. There's not enough data
for them to do.
I'm with William on that. There's not enough cordial data to confirm or deny whether or not that part 3 is happening anytime soon.
I would
if the director's cut comes out and it truly is amazing, then they should film part 3 and don't do 2 different cuts because that's really going to hurt them.
If part 3 comes out, I don't think it's directed by Snyder. He hands it off to somebody else to expand the world. Basically,
the thing I'm interested in too, because we got the news about the 300 series a few weeks ago. It's Zach himself not commented on that publicly yet, so I'm kind of waiting to hear him say something about that.
Well, that's the other thing too. They said they're in talks with Snyder, so you probably can't comment publicly on
that's true.
They're probably trying to figure out are you going to direct the first episode? Let's talk about it. They're probably in negotiations.
I would just say one thing, and then I can get kicked off the panel for talking about a banned topic. But I will just say this:
Go for it, man.
Just say it.
Go. Just go for
I
it, man.
really like the set photos that we saw this week. I'm looking forward to seeing more next week.
You're talking about for the Superman movie?
Well, that's.
All right, see you later, Arjun.
Why test me? Why tell me when you know what's going to happen when you bring up that topic and expect me to just not do it?
Yeah.
Already trying to.
I liked it. I'm not saying we have to talk about it. I just want to share my opinion.
You did say you were
not dislike it. Listen, I didn't dislike him. I don't mean to be mean spirited when I say this. I genuinely don't care at this point on June.
But you love me, William.
Here comes an avalanche of praise because Superman's stopping a train.
But
William, what?
But William, you love me, right? You love me, right?
No,
really.
You love when I share my opinions.
You're
when am I going to get
tonight, buddy? You are stretching it thin tonight.
Listen, when am I going to get my trailer for Superman Lois season 4? That's what I want to know with my Superman news.
By the way,
just know this. Just know this, RJ. Variety loves you. That should be enough for you.
Oh yeah. A lot of people.
There you go. Trade loves you.
Twitter loves you, RJ.
You know how I feel about the trade. So there's your answer.
I will say, by the way, though,
it's probably the best trade we will
once
get
again,
for
though,
news.
Hey, for RJ, it was one of the best days of his life, guys. Come on.
Well, there's about
What did Variety pull one of your tweets and put it in an article?
Yeah. You did
it
hear
was a
about
big one too. Yeah, they made a big art. They made a big article out of like.
And they did the same thing. The same thing like when Phil.
Okay, old news. They did this with me and
when you talking
Ava
to Gun,
DuVernay with Big Barda. So get in line, Chief.
Yeah, I forgot which one it was though. I don't remember. I was gonna say though, if you're not watching My Adventures with Superman season 2, it's so good. It's such a good show. This episode this week is probably the best episode.
They have one of the best Lex Luthors ever, don't they?
It's a good Lex Luthor. I like what they're doing so far with them. The stuff they're doing with Kara though, my God, like the Kara stuff is like so good. It's
I love
really
that she looks like Android 18. My Dragon Ball loving heart just loves that so much.
Yeah, like it's really good. Like I know people don't like the art style and like some other stuff, but like the show's writing is like really strong this season.
I got through an episode and a half, and I
know. Like I said, the art style is not for everybody, but this season I feel like it's a little bit more serious and darker than last season, and like they're really doing some cool stuff.
Another insufferable take on Lois Lane.
This Lois Lane's really good though. Which, by the way, I'm very much looking forward to Rachel Brosnan as Lois Lane.
Yeah, no, she's going to be amazing, man. She's perfect casting.
She's probably going to be the best thing in that movie.
This is the thing. I wasn't the biggest fan of Nicholas Holt's casting, but the more I thought about it,
and he's great.
Rewatching Fury Road and some of the other things, like I think it would be a surprise. I think
he'll be a great movie. So I feel it.
That movie. Yeah.
Just Nicholas Holt should not be your biggest
That's
star.
what I'm hoping, at least. But he definitely wasn't my first choice. When I wanted one of the Skarsgårds to.
If he screams Miss Tessmacher, I'm out.
That might happen because remember James Gunn is kind of making this like a Donner-esque sequel,
and not only
that might happen.
Gunn has talked about one of his least favorite interpretations of Lex Luthor is Gene Hackman's. So
yeah, no, I hate Gene Hackman. He's terrible. I'm sorry. That might be a hot take, but I think he's the worst.
It's okay. It's just over the years. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Kevin Spacey
I think Gene Hackman was good for his time, right?
Yeah,
like that's the thing. Those movies is good for their time, you know.
Well, and also those movies needed an actor of that status. You know, like a big superhero first comic movie. Gene Hackman, Academy Award winning actor.
Like, that's
Gene
the thing that bothered me so much is he kept wearing that stupid wig.
Well, and I remember because I was in this is a long time ago. I was in my comic book store a while back, and we were just kind of like running down like castings of things. I think it's actually before Man of Steel came out. The conversation went to Hackman as Lex Luthor and the toupee, and he said, that he was a fan of that because he said if there's one thing that his words were, if there's one thing that Lex Luthor is not, it's self-conscious.
Yep. There you go. Well, that's what happens when you hang out at comic book stores.
Yeah, and Aaron's Aaron, Brad and Aaron, the martial arts. Seriously. I'm gonna.
I mean, he's definitely injected it into his movies.
I do feel bad for
Batman,
William, though,
300.
Yeah.
Because next
bad for me. Why?
Because next week the cast is going to be on set filming, and the paparazzi are going to be all over that, so you're going to be forced to talking about it.
Well, here's the thing: talking about something and caring about something are two different things. We've talked about it.
Well, and
it's just that I have a.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Yeah. How many people would stick around if I lied to them or if I faked, excitement about something that I'm not excited about yet?
And plus, we did get the clearer. We did get the clearer photo of Corin Sweat, in the suit, putting the boots on, previously. So this is like the first time we've seen, any kind of images photos from the movie.
Yeah, I know.
This is my theory. I don't know what. Obviously, Phil, William, you guys will be there. This is my theory. I think if they don't, this is on a bad move, on them part or on their part. I think you guys might, should be the first audience to get like a teaser, something, even the first Man of Steel teaser was just the shots of him as a kid, and it was very simple with the narration. And all
I think Hall H will get something this year.
I think you guys think Hall H will.
I don't think they're going to get anything.
I think I'm kind of 30-70 on that.
It's an
where they're at
NO.
in the filming process.
I mean, Gunn brought
if there's
Guardians,
a Warner Brothers
Guardians
panel
to Comic-Con a year ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
3.
because they
there's a Warner
finished shooting
Brothers
like
panel-
3 weeks prior.
No, they
Yeah.
should.
Well,
Yeah, they should. Yeah, a long time. Yeah, probably before.
Look,
that.
if
But,
there's
I
a
mean,
Warner
it's
Brothers
not,
they're in the
it's
middle
not
of
irregular
production.
for them
Look.
to release a trailer or do something while they're filming. Like,
Listen, had his initial production plan of starting in January followed through, he might have finished in time to bring something to Comic-Con this year. When the strikes happened and everything got pushed to March, that entire plan went out the window.
Yeah.
Because now the film is finished filming in August, and that's well after San Diego Comic-Con.
They are ahead of schedule, and knowing Gunn, he probably edits along the way. So that's
He does edit along the way.
He did say
so
on
that's my
Threads he is
again.
editing.
Even
Yeah.
if it's the simplest of things that I think Hall H will get a first look
at something.
Yeah,
I'm 2080 on that. 20.
Well, they
happening,
don't even have
80
to show
not happening.
footage. Remember
I'm
when
1090.
do you remember when this was back? Please correct me when correct me if I'm wrong. Was it 2014 or 2015? They put up that image at Comic-Con. Zach did. It was the first picture of Wonder Woman in the suit.
2015.
I think
that was
2015.
2015. Yeah. So like, you don't have to necessarily bring a trailer. You can bring a image. You can do something like that. If it's a high production image you took,
or even like a set video. James Gunn from the set said, "We're here shooting Superman." Blah blah blah. That type of thing.
I mean, I say at least rip off the Band-Aid and show us that the haircut that we're going to see for Guy Gardner.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, he said on Threads that he's editing the movie as he goes. He's editing the movie, even right now after he finishes filming. So,
hey RJ, do you think we'll get a trailer by December? Like
I don't think December. I think early February, to be honest.
Well, I think December. I think they got to get smart with this. That was the one very smart thing about the DCEU. Their Comic-Con presence, their trailers were out a year ahead. They were epic. People were talking about it, looking for it. That's what this needs. They need to get out as soon as they possibly can and release.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think there'll be something.
For me, in my opinion, it's a dumb move. December and February. That's stupid to wait that long.
Here's the thing, though. Times have changed. We are in a post-streaming, post-pandemic world where the bubble of conversation has shrunken. Therefore, and I mean, look at the first Deadpool and Wolverine trailer that hit in February of this year. The movie comes out in July of this year.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
it was
but
going
also,
to come out in May of this year.
That is true, and that is true. And Marvel has also changed their strategy over the years. They used to release trailers a lot further
earlier.
Before. So that is true.
Well, because
I just think for something. Oh, go ahead.
What is it? You mentioned they showed the Guardians trailer a year in advance. I mean, because that also you could attribute that also the fact. I mean, that was very much the wild card of the MCU because again nobody knew those characters at that point. It's like now you could drop it a month in advance, and that would be that.
Well, no, I was talking about the Guardians 3 trailer, but that was because they were like Phil said, they were done shooting. Actually, I think that.
Oh no, I was referring to Guardians 1 because
they did Guardians 3. I think last year. Then they drop it.
They had a Guardians
before. That was 22. That was 22.
Okay.
Yeah, that's 22. My bad.
Because in 2013, James Gunn had just wrapped filming Guardians 1, and literally weeks later was Comic-Con, and they showed a very rough trailer.
They showed the lineup scene.
Yeah, the
more or less.
The thing about it though, there's one word that's missing from all of this.
What's
and
that?
I'll go back to when we go to the first Guardians of the Galaxy, credibility. By the time the Guardians came out, Marvel had a shitload of credibility. Yeah. Right now, DC just doesn't have it. And not only do they not have credibility, I hate to say this, I don't think they have beyond James Gunn. I think James Gunn is going to do fine at his level. But I've said this over and over again until I'm hoarse. I don't think they have the ability and the talent in place to market things anymore. I don't think they have the people.
They don't have the money.
I don't think. I think
they don't have.
Their
marketing team hasn't been good for sure.
I will push back slightly. It just depends on the project, though, because Barbie had one of the best marketing campaigns we've seen in a very long time.
But also, I'm curious. I'm curious too how many of these projects, because a lot of these things too, I think it needs to be more in directors' contracts that directors have more control over marketing. Like, for example, Christopher Nolan has complete control over all of his marketing. He edits the trailers. He decides when they're being released. He does all this, right? And so I think that's what a lot of these directors, again, this being, I agree with you, right? This DC has no credibility right now, all that. So they need to start early. They need to start.
But here's the question: Is anybody really excited for Superman Legacy or no?
We're not going to crush
I mean, I am, but I don't need much convincing. But I'm not. I get that other people do.
I mean, same thing with me. I'm excited for it, but I'm.
Me too.
Audience, so
excited is not a word I would use.
But yeah,
it's not superhero
I don't
mania.
discredit anybody that isn't because they have probably.
Yeah. Like I said, I have no issue if someone else isn't excited for it.
Somebody's happy about it. I want you to be happy about the things you're happy about. Like I said, I just can't muster up the spirit to talk about this movie. Like I said, once you've wasted my time, that's in retail. Period. I don't care what you're selling: hot dogs, prostitution. I don't care what the fuck it is. When you waste your customer's time. You have a long road.
Yeah, you're revealing a little too much about yourself here, William. Easy now.
I just feel we're more jaded by superheroes these days, and the audience isn't really that hot for the product like they were back in 2013.
Once you
everything
start
to do with
something, you don't finish it. I don't. Your credibility to me was shit. Why would I trust you?
Here's a question for you.
Hold on,
I'm sure you.
Let me answer your first question.
Check a second.
Why would I throw new money at you when I've spent more time watching what you did with old money? I'm gonna wait. It could all work out, but I'm not gonna go diving deep into the pool because until I know that there's fucking water there. And right now, I just don't trust you. I don't trust the DC brand. I just don't. That could change. That could change next week. I'm open to that doorway, but right now, I'm not going to get excited. Why the fuck would I get excited about a Superman? I think what you did.
I think it'll never be one
here's the thing, and I was going to say.
Okay, one of you guys has got to talk into what.
Well, I was going to tell this to William, and I'm not going to bring this up because it's a banned topic, but like, do you feel like sometimes if you don't finish something, like you can get yourself in trouble, especially when you're rebooting something, when you started something that still have relevance to it,
Well, I already told you, reboot, lazy and stupid fucking produces a love child of reboot.
You got to make that shirt,
and
man.
DC needs to fucking stop, and that's not in just movies. DC needs to knock this shit off. This is 36 years into this mentality and a whole bunch of different regimes, and nobody learned. But yeah. But like I said, I just don't want when you don't follow through, no matter what it is, you deserve to lose the trust.
39.
And I don't trust.
Well, my mindset
39
is,
years. I just did the math. Sorry.
Yeah, well, my mindset is I'm not looking at this Superman movie and my excitement or anticipation of it oh my God, I'm getting a brand new universe. The way I'm looking at this movie right now is I'm just looking at this like, hey, I'm getting a brand new Superman movie that with a character that hasn't been represented in like 12 years because they screwed up, right? I'm looking at it from the perspective of, I just want a good Superman movie.
But see, here's the thing. Then don't sell me the U. The U in DCU is universe. So you're right from get-go. You're telling me you want me to buy this whole new universe after I'm still wiping these fucking skid marks off of the one that you never finished.
I can only speak for myself. I'm not looking at this as like I'm buying into a universe with this film right now.
But that's what they're selling. I understand where you're coming from.
I just want to see a good Superman movie.
You
know what I'm saying?
I'm not. Yeah, I understand. I can appreciate
where you're coming. I 100% appreciate that.
But you're selling me on the universe. You're not telling me. You're telling me that this is a part of a puzzle. And in order for me to buy into that, I have to trust you to even follow through on the first couple of things, and you haven't done that. And like I said, people in general, that's why sequels and all these things get made, because in general, people want more for their money. They want to know that what they're sitting down for, what they paid for, they're paying for more. The experience that they're buying in is more than the 10 or 14 bucks that they just spent, and that's what they're selling now. But they're selling that on the ashes of some shit that they never finished. It's like why would I get in the car with you when you put me in the trunk last time?
No, listen, I've never disputed that. I just think for right now, at least, right, this is the DC brand as a brand, their last shot at a cinematic universe, right?
The iron was hot back in 2013, 2016. It'll never be what it was right there.
Well, I'm just saying, for right now, I'm looking at it from the perspective of this is their last chance as a brand to build credibility as a cinematic universe brand. Okay. So I look at it from that perspective, like they have to do their best and just see what happens. But I would say failure is not an option.
Well,
but do you think
not
it
an
will?
option, but
Do
it's a
you think?
possibility.
Well, I was going to
funny
say,
you
like,
mentioned failure is not an option when they literally put the guy who failed upwards in charge. So,
yeah, he's referring to Saffron there, by the way.
no, I'm referring to both of them.
Jeff Johns.
No, James Gunn.
Oh,
I wouldn't say he failed upward.
Yeah,
with the Suicide Squad.
Well, he lost
All
DC.
right.
The only DC things he did lost money. The only thing he did done for DC, and that's fine. But here's the thing, because I think personally they stumbled into the right guy. But everything
That's
about
fair.
the process of getting James Gunn was fucked up. Everything that they've done, up including to getting me a guy on the fence who there's a possibility, a good possibility, you can get my money. You haven't done shit to get it, and you're putting everything on this movie, and I'm like, there's no setup, there's no nothing. You're just supposed to. I'm supposed to trust you. You need to be rehabilitating the audiences. Last year and a half, as soon as James Gunn came on board, there needed to be a plan of rehabilitation, not a I hope this movie's good in July of fucking next 2,000 years from now. That's not good for me, and I've been through this before. Like I said, I'm starting to get those eerie feelings, an unstable company. I don't know who the hell is going to be giving James Gunn his orders by July.
That's very relevant.
I get that completely. I'm not even disputing that. That's why my singular vision right now is to get a good Superman movie that I will personally enjoy and be able to revisit years from now and enjoy. Right? That's my singular focus. I'm not focused on anything else.
I mean, that's fair.
I am focused on, am I going to get a good Superman movie? That's where my focus is.
To that point,
well, here's my question.
Go, Phil. Go ahead, Phil.
To that point, in my opinion, personally, the man is 2-2 because Guardians 1 and 3 are decent, if not outright solid. Guardians 2 and the Suicide Squad, mediocre to hot mess. Peacemaker
2 is actually my favorite.
That's fine. Peacemaker. Everyone has an opinion on Peacemaker.
But I do agree that Suicide Squad is overrated. I will agree with you on that.
Oh, I don't think it's overrated. I think it's a mess of a film. I think
well,
it's mediocre.
I got a problem.
I've been on record about this.
It's
so far,
mediocre at best.
I've enjoyed everything comic book related he's done at Marvel and DC. I've enjoyed all 3 Guardians movies.
I'm truly happy for you, RJ.
Squad. I enjoyed Peacemaker. So for me, I'm in the Squad.
Suicide Squad isn't a bad movie.
Which I think.
Let RJ finish.
No, I'm just saying I'm in the prime audience because I'm somebody who's enjoyed everything he's done so far. So.
Right, exactly. It's same thing, right? So that's where my excitement comes from. I've enjoyed so far. He hasn't given me a reason to not think that he can't make a good comic book movie because I've thought all of his movies are good to great.
Does Guardians have a lot of sincere
James Gunn
moments
in a vacuum? If it were just James Gunn in a vacuum, maybe that might get me. But he's part of he's an employee of an organization that hasn't made the best decisions, even in this new regime. Now, when you look at even the previous regime, Peacemaker you have so many things that were not done because of the same reasons why you could not have greenlit Peacemaker. If their philosophy, which was bullshit, we now know, was worth anything, then Peacemaker doesn't exist because you greenlit Peacemaker before you knew what kind of money it was going to lose, and it lost money, and we still got Peacemaker. But all the other shit that these guys were at the helm of that didn't get done or was going to get done off of poor decision making, like Leap the Fucking Monkey was going to be on my screen, things like that. And then I look at then I assess the Zaslav administration. That guy doesn't know. That guy, I could take off my shoe and throw it to him, and he would be. Is that Captain America? He wouldn't know. He doesn't care. He heard James Gunn's name somewhere and said, "Okay, that guy." Because remember,
is the character of Peacemaker really that dumb?
Yes, he is. Well,
in the comics, he's that dumb.
No, but I thought you were just referring to the TV show that James Gunn made.
Oh no, the TV show is
a meathead.
Because I remember my friend watching it and he's saying that they butchered Peacemaker, but that's as far as he went into it.
No, I wouldn't say he butchered Peacemaker. I just think he took an unpopular character and turned him into a dipshit, and that's why everyone loves him. Because people love dipshit.
I still can't fathom the bet about that. We were going to get like a Wonder Twins movie. They were going to spend like $70 million on that. What the?
That's why you have $7 stock.
That's
That's exactly why you have $7.
David Zaslav was smart enough to know that movie never should have been greenlit and canceled it right away, though. So,
but that's the same with Blue Beetle, man. Like you should have never seen a Blue Beetle movie, man. Like that was the deepest character like nobody cared about.
I think
here's
that
the thing,
they've got potential to expand to a different demographic of audience. You know,
but it doesn't matter if you don't have strategy. I'm not saying you can make all these goofball C-level, Z-level movies if you have a strategy. See, when you got the talking raccoon and you got the talking tree, by the time you got that, you had the credibility so that the audiences would follow you there.
Right.
Yeah. You start doing stupid shit. I got the birds are playing the fantastic. What the fuck? Why? Why did I get that? Why am I getting?
You can never see the whole title.
I love Shazam. Personally, I like Shazam. But when you don't make these movies in the proper momentum, in the proper road, you fail those movies.
Well, yeah, and
I have no idea how Margot Robbie got control of that character to produce her own film. And
because she produced it through her own production company, Lucky Chat Productions.
Yeah. But how does she allow to do that when it's not even her character to do that? But they just like Cavill had zero control over what he wanted to do with his character. I mean, Superman, but he owns Superman as much as Margot Robbie owns.
All about contract negotiations, my guy.
Yeah, and look who's doing the negotiations. Look who's doing the negotiations. The same guy who's going to give you Wonder Twin fucking powers activate. That's who is doing the negotiations. So there's your answer right there.
I wish that Wonder Twins movie happened though.
Yeah, me too.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. William has an excellent point, because when you have someone like James Wan who masterfully crafted the Conjuring universe, and he proceeds to pitch you an idea of, hey, I've got a trench film that is secretly like also kind of a Black Manta movie, and then you have the dipshits at WB going, no, that's ignorance. That's pure, unadulterated ignorance.
The biggest crime is we didn't get that Gareth Edwards Deathstroke movie. That still hurts me.
Well, but here's the thing.
They were throwing a lot of projects out there in the open, like the Solo, shot movie. Nightwing was supposed to happen.
They should have
all
taken
those
the
projects
chance with.
mentioning, though.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
I know. I'm saying though, all the projects you're mentioning, Trench, Deathstroke, all this stuff. They're still not A-list characters, right? Like they're just adding more to the B-list and C-list stuff that William's talking about.
That's where they went wrong.
You can add them. Here's the difference, RJ. Here's the difference, guys. There's a difference between the Z-listers being put in lieu of your A-listers, which was what DC is doing, and what Marvel did, which is putting their D-listers in support of their A-listers, and the A-listers could support them. When you're doing something instead of, when I'm getting the pile of heaping bullshit that they were going to give me instead of the A-listers, that's a problem. You have no foundation. When I got the talking raccoon and the talking tree and everything else, it was in support of a storyline that was already there. It was interdependency. That was a plan there. There was no plan with what these guys were doing after they abandoned the A-listers and shit on themselves so bad they were afraid to put those pants back on. That's why you got 5 years without a Superman. How the fuck you have DC Comics and you started with a Superman and you go 5 years and The Rock has to fight. The Rock has to fight somebody not in your company, doing another production, has to fight for 5 years to get a character your ass should have already had on the screen in some way.
And instead of that, we get ahead with Superman and Shazam.
Well, and it's not exactly like they were gonna they didn't have the opportunity to. Freaking Christopher McQuarrie wanted to do a Superman movie.
McQuarrie.
My bad. McQuarrie. Matthew Vaughn. They want with Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Matthew Vaughn sat there and talked a whole head of shit about not doing a dark Superman movie, and then he wants to turn around and say, "Oh, I want to do Red Sun with Henry Cavill."
Yeah.
Fuck out of here with that nonsense.
Matthew Vaughn's a fucking hack, dude. I'm sorry.
No, that's a bit hard.
I like a lot of his
Kingsman movies.
One at a time, guys. One at a time, please.
Yeah, I like his Kingsman movies. I like what he did with X-Men First Class. But the dude is kind of his own ass.
That somebody multiple directors said they wanted to do something with Henry Cavill. Just never happened.
Right. Exactly.
That's the point.
To continue.
Well, why didn't it happen?
I'm also still more shocked. Do you think that characters like Black Manta and Deathstroke are considered C and D list? Because they're absolutely not. They are B.
Well, no.
Not you, William. Fucking RJ.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying though. It just adds to the fact that they weren't doing A-list movies with Cavill and Batfleck though. A Deathstroke movie would make sense if it's coming after or leading into a Batfleck solo movie, which was going to have Deathstroke as the villain, right?
They have to. Don't even need to connect it to that to make it make sense. Personally,
well, that's what I'm saying though. You have to make it make sense when you're making that. Okay, a Trench movie would work if it's coming out leading into Aquaman 2, right? That's what I'm talking about.
Not necessarily, because here's the thing.
I'm just saying,
Guardians wasn't directly connected.
In a smart way.
if you kept your A-listers, the maintenance of your A-listers out there, it doesn't necessarily have to be directly connected. You just have to have them out there. You have to have them out there, and eventually, once I'm on your ride, I'm not going to jump off the roller coaster if the ride's going okay. But when you give me Superman 5 years ago, and then you give me Blue Beetle, and then you give me a dead Harley Quinn movie, you give me all this stuff, and there's no momentum, no plan, and there's no A-listers, I got to beg, plead, and steal to get the A-listers in there in a fucking cameo. But you're giving me full-fledged movies of bullshit of Harley Quinn chasing her damn sandwich down.
Yeah, and that's
you commit to that.
Well, no, I know, and that's why I'm
That
glad
actually wasn't that bad. I actually kind of like Birds of Prey.
Oh
my god, okay.
I like Birds of Prey more than I like Shazam.
No.
But the thing is, though, that's why it's good that they're starting off with Superman, lead in with that character. Then you've got, a Supergirl movie right after. Then you've got a Batman movie coming. Then you've got a Wonder Woman TV show, Green Lantern TV show.
Why? Okay, hold on. Why should I give a half it? Not even two shits, a quarter of a turd. And why would I?
How many curds is that?
You just can't erase, it's not like Men in Black where they got this the pen up here and I forget everything and I'm just here, take my money. That's like a burglar just saying, okay, come on in the house for dinner. No, not yet.
Listen,
I'll watch.
But that's why got it. It's baby steps. We're taking the baby. We're learning to crawl before we walk, and we're learning.
What happened to the Authority? I thought that was happening.
Yeah, it's in the midst of all the.
I was being facetious.
You're wanting me to take baby steps. I don't have time for baby steps anymore.
No, I get it.
I wasted romance.
What I'm trying to articulate though is that let's get this Superman movie out first. Let's see how it does. Like we're talking about something that's a year away still, right?
Okay, but here's the real question. Hear me out, Like, how much money does he need to make for it to be a profit? Like $400 million?
Well, we need.
I don't. Depends on what conversation they had.
Well, it depends on stockholders on the budget. Like, what's the budget?
It depends on the conversation. David's ass off. If he did some CinemaCon bullshit where he's I'm going to bash the cinemas when he fucking lied to those starving people at CinemaCon who desperately wanted to hear him say whatever would make their day better. If he said that kind of conversation to the stockholders and said this is going to be a killer, it's $1 billion, it's James Gunn, I don't know who he is, but he's the Marvel guy. And if he fed them that instead of saying, you know what, we're going to take it in the nuts for a couple of years. This is a process. If he had the other conversation, the lie conversation, which I'm starting to think he may have had, then you're going to have a lot of people whose patience aren't going to be RJ level. They're going to be my golf cart needs new hubcaps. Why is this movie losing money? So they're run out of time when it comes to patience and benefit of the doubt. That's the problem. You're wanting me to say, well, let's look for the baby steps. They don't have the benefit of the doubt for me with baby steps anymore.
No,
it would be different if that's what we were starting at.
What I was saying though with that comparison is that I'm just saying that they have to look at this singular movie first, and then hopefully we'll go from there, right?
Okay. What did I say about? Remember last time you brought that word up, RJ? When you trust me, when you're in retail, and hopefully enters your sentence, you're fucked. All right. When you spend that much capital, that much time. And when hopefully comes into your
let me rephrase that. They're going to look at this film.
Too late.
Look
You
at
already
the
said
performance of it and go from there.
That's hoping. Once again, when you don't set in the infrastructure to eliminate the variables that are still laying out for this company right now, and you hope some shit does well, you're like jumping out of the fucking plane wondering, you know what? I hope that guy who packed my pack wasn't drunk.
There's a lot of hope involved. It's a crapshoot. There's no guarantees.
No. If you're spending hundreds of millions of dollars at this point with the credibility they don't have, and you're hoping about shit, that's how you get $6.
There's no guarantee.
Yeah, you can't
guarantee. No guarantee.
That's how you get $7 stock.
The thing is, it's always going to be a gamble to a certain extent. That's what.
And the entertainment business.
No.
You can have your plan.
Get out of my corner office. If you're gambling with hundreds of millions, you got to.
That's what most businessmen.
There's risk.
It's risk.
There's risk.
That's kind of a gamble. There's risk.
But it doesn't have to be like a Hail Mary.
Yeah, when you're doing a risk, you're still doing a risk assessment. You are still eliminating the variables that they don't have at their disposal right now. First of all, you're trying to rebuild a brand that you don't even know where it is right now because it's been so mismanaged. So what they needed to do is they needed to take a look at like an autopsy and see what killed the last guy so that this disease doesn't kill the new guy. And they haven't done that yet because you're still doing the same stupid shit and making the same surface level decisions that the previous regime made, just with the names and the faces that have changed.
But that doesn't make it foolproof.
Well, and I think in a sense
we're just saying that there's no such thing as foolproof.
Right.
No, but like I said, if I
always hoping to some extent.
I mean, the projections for the Flash last year were $1 billion.
if I buy this comic and I'm hoping that it sells well, I just fucked myself.
Which one
because
is
there
that?
are stats.
What is that?
This is Spider-Man number 25 variant edition.
Yeah, it might be like
I just reached and grabbed. I just grabbed anything. But there are so many analytics. There are so many analytics that goes into things before I even remotely consider picking anything.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure they've looked.
I'm not hoping for shit.
Yeah, there's analytics and stuff, but again, like there's no, now I would hope to think that the plans are that kind of no matter what you push forward and stuff. Unless it's some massive flop. But even then, I would because my evidence of that is obviously they're getting ready to go into Wonder Woman or not Wonder Woman, Supergirl.
Well, they're about to film like 3 different projects. Like
they're like getting Creature Commandos in the book. They're casting things. So like, you would think that that's your evidence for right now, at least that like things are moving forward. They're gonna shoot and all that. And I think my whole thing is unless Superman tanks at like $200-300 million. Then I think, the DCU ain't happening, and we may see some like type Black Label stuff for a while.
We get a shitload of Batman films.
Right. Standalone Batman universe.
That's the scary.
Superman may come back, but in his own thing, not connected to like.
That's the scary part about this. If this movie fails, so that means this is no go.
What they should do, anyways, just leave the universe idea behind. Just do standalones.
Everything.
William would hate that. So no.
Everything.
Who cares what William wants? They should do like a 3-part Red Sun movie, a 2-part, Dark Knight Returns movie.
Okay, you spend your money on that. Like I said,
I guarantee your universe ain't gonna happen, William. It's gonna go crash and burn. You can talk about hope all you want.
Well, like everything we've laid out here, it's like when I keep going, but looking back to Superman Lois, season 4. How's it going? New guy, Madrid 90. But
universe mentality was 2013.
The company that did it right is about to go into the next phase of it. So I think we're good. I think it's beyond 2013, but that's just
some exciting news though is that they got DC's about to launch the Absolute Universe, the Absolute DC Comics division, sometime this year or next year. Which is going to be like their version of Marvel's Ultimate Universe. It's going to be like separate continuity, launching with brand new characters and books. So you got Absolute Batman, Absolute Superman, Absolute Wonder Woman being planned. So I'm looking forward to that.
I hope they stick with it because guess what? This is what they should have been doing. They should have been taking advantage of different angles and different variations of these characters instead of doing these stupid ass consolidations over the last 36 to 40 years. And having to go back and unfuck Crisis. That's all we've been. We've been in a post unfuck Crisis mode since 1987, as far as I'm concerned. That's just me.
Well, like
as far as to answer your original question, RJ, listen. If you guys are happy, you guys are excited about this. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong.
Oh no!
I just don't have any reason to be excited.
Yeah, no, William, you're fine. I'm not expecting you to be excited. I understand your reasoning why. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm waiting for it. Yeah, I'm waiting for it. If they come out and blow me away, I am open to being blown away. If they show me they haven't done it yet. And it's getting close to the point where I should be a little bit floating right now. I should be a little bit levitating right now, and I'm not. I'm looking at little, bad shots of the costume and even worse shots from a newspaper thing that somebody has to blow up. That and
let me ask you this, William. Let me ask you this real quick.
You show me, I don't care
if more things go into production, like let's say a Supergirl movie goes into production and a Lantern series goes into production, will that make you more excited to know, hey, there's like 3 things that are about to come out?
No, because into production and actually happening, and even if those things come out, if I get into this universe and I start liking it, and Zaslav has lied to these people and said $1 billion for all these things, and they don't get that, As a matter of fact, there's a good chance that no matter how quality Superman is, it can lose money for them. But
I think
they have.
losing money I think is a real possibility. I don't think anyone's going to deny that.
That'd be the thing I'd be concerned about, like with the conversation behind the scenes William's talking about, is because with the way his decision making since the merger and like just Zaslav's kind of like the overall business philosophy sort of espoused. I mean, that does suggest to me is that he strikes me as the having had more likely than not that the conversation is we're going to have like nothing but billion-dollar home runs, as opposed to it's like we need to weather the storm to get.
But that's what I've been talking about though. Like this is the DC brand. Like as a brand, this is your last chance to build a credible cinematic universe. Like you cannot fail this opportunity. Like it's this or nothing. For a while.
I'm with you, RJ. I am. Fingers crossed that this Superman movie does.
I just hope people realize the stakes in this. Like the stakes are very high.
That's not. Listen, I understand what you're saying. Whose fault is that, though?
No, I agree. I'm just saying, like, just understand where the stakes are right now. Like it's this or nothing.
I, as a fan, really shouldn't be part of my consideration. But the thing is about it is, and plus, I don't think this guy the guy who greenlit the hiring of James Gunn. There's a good chance that this guy could cash out and go.
I think.
Right. And if that stock stays at what it is, I don't know what it is as of today. I'm afraid to look because I got some.
I'll look it up.
But if that stock stays where it is, his boss, the chief, the chairman of the board, and his stockholders could be like, you know what? I think it's time for a change. And guess what happens? New sheriffs pick their own deputies.
It moved up just a little bit. It was like $6.90.
Yeah, it's gone up. $7.18.
Yeah, it was at $6.99 the other day, so it moved up 19 cents. So, whoopee.
So, if things change, then what corporate stuff does, if he sells this company, or he's part of it, or he just basically retired and goes on, and I get new leadership, and this shit's not stable, new guys don't keep old guys like this, unless you're Kevin Feige, and he's 1 in a million. So I want to see not just that, the stability of the company, which right now is not good because of some of these decisions. Like I said, I'm a fan. Like I always tell you guys, I'm still a fan. You still have access to my wallet, but I'm not at the arena in the front row with my belt and my sign. I'm at home with the remote at the safety. I'm that guy right now.
Listen,
you still have me as a possibility, but they really haven't done shit to get me back to the arena. And that's what they need, guys.
William, I completely understand. Like I'm just saying, would you agree that the stakes are very high for DC as a brand right now?
Yes, and that's an indictment on how they're handling things. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be like I said, Babe Ruth, 2 outs, nobody on base, and he's got to win the game for you. It shouldn't be
Guns Universe. To say Guns Universe goes the way of the MonsterVerse.
Which one?
Oh God.
Tom Cruise.
The Dark Universe.
The Dark Universe.
The Dark Universe.
Oh, okay. Well, Dark Universe got rebranded into a theme park, which looks amazing. I don't know if you guys saw that, but that looks amazing.
Tell Russell Crowe because he was planning on doing some more movies, and that shit didn't happen. You know what? They had a lot of plans for them too.
Yeah. Because I would say like if DC becomes the new. Yeah, I was gonna say that if DC becomes like the new legendary MonsterVerse, they should be happy because those movies make money. So.
Yeah, well, and that's if you haven't seen that.
Hey, Brad, you have a fidget spinner?
Oh yeah, it's a little Batman spinner right here.
You still play with those? I got those still relevant?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, whenever I'm sitting
those disappeared a while back, so I didn't know people still play with those.
He has Pog collection.
My Pog collection.
Yeah.
I played with a couple Pogs when I was a kid, but I mean I don't have any around right now.
I haven't played with a fidget spinner in like a long time.
Did you guys see the creative teams though for the Absolute books that they've announced so far?
A while ago.
What's up?
The Absolute DC comics that they're announcing. The creative teams. Did you see the creative teams?
I got an email somewhere.
It's been many.
Look that up. Scott Snyder's doing Absolute Batman.
Awesome.
Jason Aaron's going to do Absolute Superman, and then Kelly Thompson's doing Absolute Wonder Woman.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'm doing Absolute Vodka.
Yeah, just leave it to 4th, Capstone, something like
Jason
that.
Aaron on Superman. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, because he just left Marvel. I found this out. He just left Marvel.
Right.
He's coming to DC.
Scott Snyder doing Batman. That doesn't surprise me much.
Someone's echoing.
Someone is echoing.
It's not me because I'm talking.
Not me, is it?
It's not me.
Not me.
I think it's fourth.
It's not. I don't have.
It usually is.
Yeah, blame the walrus. There you go.
Only electrical device I have.
Yeah, Aaron has a one. Yeah, Aaron and I are just like we're like two peas in a pod. It's like we're into exactly the same things. I like lead her to all the TRA recommendations that none of you guys are taking seriously yet. It's like Aaron's the only one who's like seeing the light of my brilliance and everything.
As we finish
each other. Yeah, you got one person. You're a cult with one cult member. That's not.
Well,
I'll
listen,
take it.
William. William, if you are so worried about DC, you need to be the brand ambassador. We need to dub William the brand ambassador for DC. Every time someone walks in the store, be like, "Hey, no new Superman movies coming out."
Once again, I'm not a good liar.
Yeah, but you got to promote this.
It's not worry.
I've DC to succeed. You got to sell those comics, man. You got to sell those books.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm not.
You can do that without promoting a crappy movie.
Yeah, I don't. Have to, I'm not. In fact,
I'm just saying,
I'm not going to use
them. Man, you that brand ambassador.
Here's the thing, though. There are people that have a lot more zeros next to their name sitting in Burbank and in New York that should know better and don't.
Oh no, I agree.
Here I am in my little, Cuban Missile.
But listen, but you came up with an idea that a multi-billion-dollar corporation is using, though. So that says something.
Yeah, and which means in the other one that's not using it, those names on those offices need to change. See, here's the thing: if you can't do your job, it's time for a new one, and it's time for new people in those jobs. And I think DC and Warner Brothers and have kept people in place that probably don't need to be there anymore. And it hurts them on
well, that's what Lucasfilm needs. Lucasfilm needs a nice clean sweep up out of that.
Lucasfilm is making $1 billion a movie. DC is not.
They haven't put out a movie
Lucasfilm
in 5
puts out
Hold on,
crap.
though. They haven't put out a
DC
movie in
doesn't.
5 years, though. So there's no real test for what a movie coming out now would do.
Yeah, what Lucasfilm needs is like barbed wire around like their.
When they put out the Mandalorian and Grogu in 2025, they'll be just fine. I promise.
Yeah, but they still put out like each crappy TV show like each a year. So
once again, they're on their worst day. Yeah. The worst day that Disney Marvel Studios has ever had is better than the best day.
I would argue Lucasfilm as a division, as a company within Disney, is operating pretty close to what DC was back in like 2018.
No. I can't even believe. Are you trolling me now?
No, I honestly think Lucasfilm as a brand, as a division, has been pretty mishandled.
Yeah, you're also the one that thinks Acolyte is breaking canon and lore, so shut the fuck up. Jesus.
Inherited a bulletproof IP.
Good lord.
I'm just saying, I feel like
Kathleen Kennedy has poorly mismanaged Star Wars from day one after the
Oh
sequel.
my God! No, 1,000 times. No.
He would have ate her up in 2 seconds.
Well, I think when you look at the films that have been the directors that have been lost, the projects that have been canceled or shelved, it's a lot. It's a lot of
Okay, I'm looking at $6 stock, RJ.
But she's not suitable for this job. Okay, that's all I'm saying. That doesn't mean she's a bad person.
She could walk into DC studios right now, and she would be a goddess compared to what they've had.
No, Who are you to say that?
I don't think so.
Who are you to say that she's not suitable for the job when George Lucas is the one who handpicked her to take it over?
She's got $1 billion movies under her production.
Yeah, no, I think Kathleen Kennedy's qualified for the
made
job.
a lot of bulletproof decisions.
So far, I feel like her leadership's been a bit lopsided. Sometimes she does okay.
If I were running DC Films, I would take her. I would say, hey, come close to what you did there, and we'll be okay. Look what
You're watching a bulletproof IP slowly disintegrate under the rule of Kathleen Kennedy. You're saying that these do so well. They're supposed to do so well. They're supposed to do so well.
Bulletproof.
Right? The general audience is not the internet. These movies, you throw out a Star Wars movie tomorrow, a proper Star Wars movie tomorrow, it's going to make money. It's going to
because of what George Lucas did.
Money.
Because of what George Lucas did, that's what I'm saying. They purchased a bulletproof franchise, and you're saying that
what proper Star Wars movie hasn't in the modern era?
Now the only one is Solo.
I said proper Star Wars movie, not spin-off shit.
Well, still Solo is a Star Wars movie though.
And a Star Wars proper movie.
And even then, it's not like a spin-off.
Not some retrospective
because
bullshit.
Rogue One made almost $1 billion.
Like I said, I mean,
They
I'll
should
take
not have
Kathy
stopped at
Kennedy.
the Solo. That's where they screwed up at.
Once again, guys, listen. I love the internet. I'm on it, but you guys got to realize the percentage of our hate versus what the general audience regards is minuscule. All right, these movies are still. You can't compare Kathleen Kennedy. I would beg that woman. I would be like, "What the fuck do you want to come over here?" If I'm David Zaslav,
No,
there's
don't
you
do
even
it,
in a
William.
heartbeat.
No.
In a heartbeat, I take her over what's this shit storm that we've had since 2013, ever since Romanoff is gone.
Or a hot dog on the
I mean,
stick.
I'm sorry. I mean, she just hasn't. Her resume is fine. It's
Kathleen
better than
Kennedy knows
anything
what
that
she's
they've
doing.
had the last 7 years.
Star Wars is a laughing stock without the respect, and it's slowly disintegrating. Just because it didn't
I would
fall
rather
down,
have a Star Wars
doesn't
laughing
even fall
stock
down like a
than
house of cards in one shot.
damn
Doesn't mean that it's still good.
gods.
Why?
Who's
Because
laughing
you
harder?
see why? Because Twitter's laughing at it. Twitter doesn't fucking matter.
The world is laughing at it. The whole idea.
Star Wars theory is laughing at it.
It's the prequels all over again. And people are even saying that it made the prequels better. That's how in the gutter the opinions of Star Wars is.
And people still came to see these movies. And there are still people in generations that
William,
have come along and are going to see the sequel.
Same reason why I argue I think the Rey movie is going to be just fine. Guess what?
No,
There's
Rey
an entire
movie's going to bomb. I don't think that's going to do well.
There's an entire generation of little girls who grew up with Rey as their Jedi, their main Jedi. Like, I want to be Rey. Like, what we grew up as looking at Anakin or Obi-Wan or whatever. Like, there are kids, little girls.
I can only speak to what I see.
I'm not going to say that these things are going to bomb right off the bat. I'm saying you're going to watch the slow disintegration because of incompetence.
Just say you hate women and get over it. My God.
That's a cheap shot.
Listen, I would take, if I was a shareholder, if I was a major shareholder, not the crumbs that I have now, if I were a major, and Kathleen Kennedy came to the office and just said, "Hey, I heard you guys having some problems," I would drag her into the meeting. I would sit her down and I would threaten to resign and sell all my stock if you don't at least give her an interview. Given who you have interviewed, given who you have employed, given the shaky foundation, I will take what she's selling. Look what I got now. Look what I got now. Like
and then their
you
desperation turns to a woman they didn't understand.
The internet screaming about Kathleen Kennedy, like I said, always makes me laugh. When but that's fine. But like I said, it can get worse than her. What's Disney stock at?
We can give it back to George.
No, George won't take
He even
it.
wants it. Doesn't he even want it?
George will want that.
And by the way, Disney stock is right now at $102.27.
Okay, and now listen, guys, listen. I only got 10 fingers, and I'm a moron. I've already qualified that. But these 10, all right, $6.99 or $7.18 is less than or greater than $100.
Well, Disney as a company that was much bigger than studios, though. It's theme parks, it's animation. Yeah, it's a much different kind of company.
Lifestyle brand.
I mean,
okay, but even with just the singular Disney stock, that didn't stop their stock from being up there $80 when I had it at one time. At one time, it was near $80 a share.
Oh no! I understand the point. No, I understand the point. I'm just saying, like the Disney Corporation is a very different structured company. Like there's, like the theme parks add a whole different dimension when you look at stock. Like when you
but
look
it all comes down to faith. Stock is faith in where your company is going. And right now, $7.18 with how much faith the average stockholder has.
Hey, I could spend $7 though. I can't spend $100. So
that is not good.
I know.
The general public is telling you that your company is not doing anything to generate the proper revenue, and there's nothing that they have coming up that's going to change that. And that's the part that really should concern you. Forget about showing me pictures of Cleveland in the Daily Planet. I give a fuck about that. I give a fuck about whether your company. Why am I going to get on for this ride? And I'm not a singular movie guy. You're selling me a universe. I want the universe. So when I buy into your universe and Zaslav is gone and some other guy comes in and says, "What the fuck are we doing here?" Stop everything. Here I go again, and I should have known better. So, like I said, I'm at the house with the remote, just waiting for it to happen, rather than spending my hard-earned money and being in there and being like, "Well, shit, this happened again." So now, like I said, you guys that are excited about it, you continue to be excited. Do not let me sway you. I'm just not there yet. And their resume are what your resume.
Totally understand. Not even going to dispute that. I totally understand.
I want to see Lanners. I want to see Lanners.
So do
I
I.
want to see Woman of Tomorrow, but I got to go through this to get there, and I got to go.
You only
got
to wait like a
decision-making process.
If you want to see
What's up?
Supergirl, you only got to wait.
That's not helping the case, though.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
It does not help the case at all.
You got 2 years, William. Start the countdown now. You got 2 years.
Okay, 2 years added on to the 8 or 9 that I've blown already. You see, you're telling me about what's coming in the future.
You got your whole life ahead of you, William. Come on, you've lived for hundreds of years already. Come on.
Wow.
Okay, but anyway, I don't care how old or young you are. Once, like I said, retail number one: never waste your customer's time. Never waste your customer's time. Time is more valuable to a customer than money is sometimes. All right, you can get money back. You can't get time back.
Do you feel you wasted your time because like you didn't feel you got a strong enough resolution? Because for some people, I'm not saying everybody. Okay, I'm making this very abundantly clear. Okay. I'm just saying, I feel like they thought, or at least some people perceive the Flash as at least some sort of resolution to say goodbye. Not everybody. I'm just saying, like, did you not feel that?
Listen,
with the Flash?
then do it right. If you're going to say goodbye, then fucking say goodbye. If you're gonna, I didn't need everything to continue on to Justice League 10, 20, 30, and Man of Steel.
Did you feel the Flash movie was good enough for you?
No,
okay.
No.
That's all
and how, like I said, now. The decision-making process to release those and how they released those movies and how they did all that stuff, some of those guys are in play with this stuff. So I'm just, like I said, I'm sitting back. But resolution, listen, when continuity is king, once you tell your customer that you cannot count on them to follow through, that guy has no reason to come back to you. You would be damn lucky if they came back to you, because they're taking a risk with their time and their hard-earned money. And now, DC, all I have for DC is that they didn't. I didn't need it to last forever. I needed it to be resolved so that I can see that you can finish something. Because now you want me to care about you starting something else.
Well,
like I said, we've had that conversation before. I understand completely.
And everything.
But I wish them luck.
Everything we're saying right there, it's like, I mean, to bring it back to my everything I've said about Superman and Lois. I mean, aside from just being really enamored with the show itself, so again, that's a big factor in it for why it's like as far as like actively Superman things that are actively in production right now, like that's the one where my site is primarily says, because it's like I'm actually seeing a proper I'm getting a bow put on. Like I'm actually seeing like this properly wrap up, and and it's going to get an ending. It's going to say, okay, we had the beginning, the middle, the end. Here's the finale. I mean, they're apparently they're really trying to kick it off really strong. Like they're putting out the first 2 episodes, one night, October 17th, I think. So, and then they'll carry it right before Christmas this year. So that's that's a big motivating factor for me. So, as I've said, on prior streams and elsewhere, the way I like to phrase is, I mean, the how and the why of why we're entering this new DC universe. I mean, that I would be lying if I said that has not absolutely impacted my ability to really get excited for it. It's not a matter of like I writing off that I ever can like really be brought aboard this train, but just like how it's coming to the station, how I'm being asked to come aboard it, is really, that's the real big roadblock for me in that. And again, that's something that Superman and Lois going to season 4, that's not a barrier to it because it is. They've said, okay, this is where this is where it's going to end. We're going to wrap it up. It's not going to be like a cut off thing. It's going to be, this is the ending. This is the finale. And that's really the difference between those.
I guess for me, I was able to look at the Flash and be like, it's not the ideal ending, right? But I watched the Flash. At least for me, I felt like I had to get closure from that movie. That is going to be the last time I see a lot of those characters. So I had to look at that movie. It's like, okay, this is like this is the end game point right here, right?
You had to settle. Here's the problem, man. This is the biggest thing that.
But I'm just saying, for me, though, I accepted that was the end and the resolution of it. But I go and speak for myself. So
yeah, and like I said, the problem with DC in the last, especially since 2017, is with Marvel, and I know there's some circumstances. When you got up from the Marvel table, you were fed well. You had dessert, you had appetizers, you were fed well. You were not left wanting. Could you want more? You could take more. Yeah, you could sit there for a little bit longer, but you left your table fed. The problem with DC is they've given themselves a label of having it sell. I settled for this because I couldn't get this. I settled for this guy with the fucking lightning bolt on his chest, which I love, because I couldn't get the guy with the S on his chest. I keep having to settle. I got introduced to the A product at one time, and I've had to settle for the other thing so many times. It's like there's too many other things out there too many forms of entertainment. If you're not going to fight for my dollar, why should I give it to you? Why should I have to settle? Why should the Flash have been my only option to have to resolve characters that you started me on? So too much settling. And like I said, there's too many other forms of entertainment. Marvel, for the most part, they ain't perfect, but I got a lot. I didn't leave starving for Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. I didn't leave starving for Christopher Evans as Captain America. They gave it to me. They gave me their stuff. They started me off on a path and they finished it. How it ended and whether I liked the way it ended like that, but I was fulfilled. And just now you're trying to build a brand new. You're trying to build a brand new brand when you have a history of unfulfillment. And that's a hard sell. Once again, doesn't matter what you're selling. Once you waste the customer's time, you have an uphill battle. Like those goats you see climbing up the mountain, that's basically what DC is right now. Because it's a trust issue. Retail is about trust, and right now,
hey, I've seen those
goats. I know I'm not alone.
Goats fall down and hit the mountain pretty hard, and they still get back up and go to the top of the mountain. So,
but it takes some time if they don't have.
You should just put their cinematic universe on Max and just do like 2-part, 3-part movies in theaters. Because I'm tired of waiting like 3 years for an extra 2 hours of footage for these movies to come out so slowly.
Why should I go through that work to be a DC consumer when there's so many other things that are just giving it to you? And like I said, it's like the shiny toy on the ground. It's a toy on the ground that I can pick up, I can figure out, and I can play with. And here you got a fucking jigsaw puzzle with DC with the parts are missing. It's like the mind just works that way.
Well, you know what? I wanted to ask you this too. You know, you're as old as the dinosaurs, so you must have been around back then, right? Back when Superman, the first movie, right, with Christopher Reeves coming out, what did that marketing campaign look like? What did that build-up look like?
The build-up for that was pretty big, but you also got to realize it was a different world. It didn't take much.
No, I know. I'm just curious, like, what it was.
Here's a question for you guys. Like, do you guys think it would be a good idea if James Gunn does, like, a modern, like, Donna as Superman? Especially what happened with Superman Returns?
No, I'm tired of that.
Yeah, I
don't think I don't even think that's what he's going for either.
I'm sorry, but
yeah, if this is 78 Redux, then it's like I can't give high odds to it. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying it's like and I know William's like not a fan of this term in this context. Like I hope that's not what it is because it's like that's like because
I forgot to even bring this up.
That Superman's like a narcissist Superman. So.
No, I forgot to bring this up. William's lifelong dream it might be coming true because apparently Michael Leslie's pitch for the
you're about to get bounced, buddy.
Well, I'm saying Michael Leslie's pitch for the MCU X-Men movies to use the same roster.
Oh yeah, yeah, I saw that. His
pitch was to use the same roster of characters.
Can we please stop giving that fucking dumbass grifter Daniel RPK the light of day, please? Oh my god, holy shit! No, like. If that didn't come from funny because if that didn't come from Kevin Feige or someone at Marvel Studios, then it's moot. It doesn't matter.
That's where I'm at. Because I've already given my opinion on this. Listen,
what
guys,
is it about with fans that they complain about
regardless of how I feel about the cartoons? It doesn't matter. I don't want to see any retreads. This new version of X-Men, I want it to be the one that fits with.
Well, just because you use the same roster of characters, though, doesn't mean it's the same story. Like, you can use the same roster of heroes. It doesn't be the same story.
Yeah, that's like I said. That's a different thing. And like I said, I want him. I waited long enough to get this version of these characters we're about to see. I don't want to see nostalgia. I don't want to relive somebody's childhood through these future characters. All right, you got Disney fucking Plus. That's where you can go watch your childhood.
What is it? Let's move on. What is it about like
nostalgia?
No, I told you what nostalgia is. If it's a bomb, if you know how to disarm it properly, you all live. If you fuck it up like most people do, you're gonna blow up and everybody dies.
It's weird how like so many people felt that like Superman Returns was too much like Donna, and then when Snyder gives them something different and new and unique, they still complain about it.
You mean like with Star Wars?
Now you went.
No, Man of Steel.
Hold on. We went from X-Men. I got to stay on. My brain can't jump that far right now, Chappie. But as far as that goes, I hear a lot of people now that X-Men 97's come out. This is the blueprint for please get the fuck out of here with that. All right, and stay. Go into outer space.
Great.
Okay, I don't want to see the Fox. I like the Fox X-Men movies. I don't want to see them going into 2026, 2027. I saw those movies. I enjoyed those movies. I'm done with those movies. Stop trying to retread the feel-good feelings. Create new ones. It's what you get
I think
paid
it should
to do.
be the blueprint in the sense that, follow that. Make the characters accurate to who they are, like the show did.
Isn't that like
I think Kevin
that's
Feige
the
can do
blueprint?
that
That's
without
the blueprint.
Kevin
for
Feige
me.
can do that without the cartoon.
Yeah,
Kevin Feige can do that in
isn't
his
he
own
to
way.
use the
I trust
show
Kevin
as
Feige.
a continuation? And like again, it should obviously it should be emphasized that's not all the X-Men 97 as the basis for the MCU X-Men. It should be emphasized that's not that's rumor right now. That's not or speculation, whatever you want to file under. That's not.
Bullshit is what I.
Yeah. But I saw that float around, and the first thing I thought was like, oh, I bet William is gonna, as soon as he sees this, he's gonna be livid, even if it's not like
Well, no, I looked at it, and RJ asked me, and I'm like, no, if they say this rumor was, and I said I put an if in there to qualify that because you know what I feel about rumors. I just won't watch it. Listen, I'm not going to go on a hate campaign. I'll be disappointed, but I'm just not going to. I'm not going to engage in things that don't make me happy. I don't care if you're 21 years old or 50 years old.
Real quick, I do need to highlight something in the comments. Droga, welcome aboard, man.
Watch that willingly?
We told you. No one needed to tell you that. Bad.
Hey man, The Room is one of the most unintentionally funniest movies of all time.
I mean, it's funny, but it's also horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible, but it's great.
All right, we need to end this show because apparently when we're on avatars, there's narcotics being.
Why don't we watch The Fanatic?
Unintentionally
see
funny,
The Fanatic?
but also bad. Are we talking about Invincible?
Invincible's great. That's a great show.
I'm not a big fan of Invincible. I wasn't a big fan of the comics.
Neither am I. That show is
comics, so,
not
the comics
good.
are 20 years ago. I had those on my
Dude, Invincible's awesome. You guys are on crack.
Sorry.
No, that show is not that great. The voice
I
acting
love
is-
Invincible. I'm sorry. I love that show.
Hey, to each his own, guys. To each his own.
Which one's not great?
On the gauntlet here.
Invincible. It's not that
The
great.
one that we need to watch is Samurai Cop. That's the one that we got to watch for one of our watch-alongs.
Do you want William to have a hernia on stream?
What's up?
With another Tommy Wiseau movie.
No, it's not Tommy
Cop,
Wiseau.
man.
It's
Samurai
like-
Cop's
it's
a classic, man. I listen.
I mean, listen, Samurai
I'd
Cop's
rather watch
funny.
16 Samurai. All right, guys. It's
Better than Kabuki Cop.
Our show, but it's like 4 hours and 15 minutes, and it's hot here, so
And it's
I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Yeah, it's gonna go ahead and wrap it up. And
but great to have everybody on the panel tonight.
Yeah, it's fun.
Some of
course.
Nah, great for everybody who was able to be here. Had a good spirited conversation. Like I said, whatever you're into and excited for, stay that way. And like I said, I will stay. I will be outside the fence waiting to jump over as soon as they give me the signal. But right now, I just don't have the signal. We have 86 people across all of our platforms watching. If you're over on Twitter, please come over and give a like and subscribe to YouTube because they don't give us credit for Twitter, even though we're getting a lot of people on Twitter. Help me get to 1,000 before Comic-Con. I know that's a long shot, but everything we've done with this channel has been a long shot, and some of it's happened. So there you go. All right.
And also, get ready for Game 7. Go Oilers, right, William?
Fuck the Oilers and go Cats. You just got to fix one thing: stop the stupid passes, and you'll win the game. And that's about it. All right, for everybody around the table, real quick, just where they can find you. Starting with Brad.
You guys can find me Twitter, Vero. I got all my writing out there on various outlets you guys can check out, and just find me here on the Sci-Fi Center. For our Saturday shows and our regular shows.
Bill.
If anyone wants to follow me, it's pretty much everywhere except that shitty place called Twitter, Blue Sky, Vero, Threads, Instagram. Yeah, just at Unfiltered. You can catch me on the Four Nerds every Wednesday, mostly the vodka stream every Friday. And I write for Multiverse of Color. I've written reviews for The Acolyte, The Boys, and House of Dragon. So I'll be doing episode 2 tomorrow after it airs.
Awesome, dude.
All right, Chappie, I don't care where they can find you. Art
No, I'm just on Instagram. That's just my name.
Where can they find you, Chappie?
No, I'm just on Instagram, the Tony Moo Chappie, and I do reviews on there, and that's pretty much it.
All right,
and
RJ?
my name is just what you see on the corner right there.
All right, Chappie. I mean, RJ.
You can find me at Resident Justice, Twitter, Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky, all the good stuff. Also on YouTube.
All right, that was too many. Where can Alien? Where can they find you guys? You got a new channel coming up. Right?
Yeah. You can find me on Twitter, AlienLV1023, or on YouTube. I have a new channel, Borderland Studios, so you can check that out.
Sorry.
Go ahead and finish, RJ. I'm just playing.
No, you're fine. No, like I said, Resident Justice, all the socials, Threads, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, all that good stuff, and then also got Controller Chronicles on YouTube as well. Podcast to do with two buddies.
Well, Fun also points out you can find Chappie in Ruth's closet.
Okay, I did not need that to pop up on the screen.
Wow,
that's a two-person conversation, possibly police conversation. Fourth, where can they find you?
You can find me here on the Sci-Fi Channel, disagreeing with William righteously, proving him wrong left and right. But yeah, that's where.
Listen, guys, that's a running joke with like Ruth having like corpses in her, closet.
Yeah.
To be clear, that's not like that's not what that seems like.
Yeah. She's not really a serial killer, as far as I know. All right, guys.
As far as you know.
Tomorrow night. I can. She's in Scotland, so we don't know for sure. I will see you guys personally tomorrow night for House of the Dragon episode 2, because that's a shit show of violence, incest, hot grandmas banging the Kingsguard. Hey, why not? Twice in one episode.
Why not, right? Why not?
Twice in one episode. So she's going to town.
I've learned so much about William tonight. He's got a thing for grandma.
Olivia Cook can
maybe.
Hey, Olivia Cook is your grandma. You're in a good place.
There's a lot going on here, William.
I'm Team Black, but man, she makes a case for Team Green sometimes.
Yeah, no, Olivia Cook is outstanding.
And Kristen Cole is a piece of shit, for those of you.
100%.
All right.
100.
All right. So I will see you guys right after House of Dragon episode 2, and then later on that evening for our Sunday night live stream. Thanks for being here. Like and subscribe, and see you later.
There you go.